Sorry, just a sec. I'm setting something up real quick. Wait, what?
If nothing else, Zoe Zephyr has been elevated to national prominence for this. This is, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'll say it a million times. It is in no different at all from a Nazi legislature um, censuring a Jew for speaking out against like one of the hundreds of anti-Jew laws that were passed in Germany. You know, before the Holocaust happened, there were hundreds of laws they passed, some big, some small, to restrict the rights and freedoms of Jewish people. And you know, this is it's and you know, this is it's comparable in every respect with zero differences in this case. There is no
Hmm.
difference at all. It is they are just silencing her because she is trans, and that is that. They don't want her being able to draw attention to the cruelty of their legislature. She'll still be able to vote, but she won't be able to speak, which really denies her the ability to take advantage of that platform, though she'll no doubt be speaking to local media. I hope she stays safe. It's Montana. I'm sure there are plenty of people over there who would have her killed if they could. So hopefully she stays safe.
Okay, where am I? Okay, I think I have everything set up decently. Yeah. Let's see, move Rusty's claw in front of her.
When I rose up and said there is blood on your hands, I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking of the real consequences of the votes that we legislators take in this parliament. Really asking me to do to be silent when my community is facing bills that
I'm sick. Sorry. I'm just gonna set some stuff up real quick. I need to set up the timer.
This does look pretty bad for the GOP. Like, there's basically no context in which people are looking at this from afar and going like, "Ooh, thank goodness those Republican legislators ousted Zoe." Like, that's like I haven't seen conservatives talk about this at all. You know, it's like the Tennessee situation. They don't want to talk about it because it just doesn't, you know, it makes them look like insane anti-democrat, sorry, not anti-democrat like the party, anti-democratic
Who messaged me?
lunatics. You know, and it's pretty hard to parse this with a free speech
Oh fuck! I
approach.
didn't post it on there.
Hopefully, this elevates her platform that she's able to do
Where is it? Self promo. Okay.
but we'll see. And she has to stay safe for that to be the case.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, I think I might start making some more fan comics.
That concludes the stream. We have a very concise this time, don't we? I'm going to send you guys over to the Surfs TV, who is a guy who I think is cool.
Sec.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get Unlimited Plus, which comes with 1 year of YouTube.
This video is brought to health-related struggles. This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get access to CuriosityStream and my streaming service Nebula.
Okay.
Theater by going to curiositystream.com and using my coupon code SarahZ at checkout. If you were on the internet from about 2011 to maybe 2015 and had even a passing interest in something like Doctor Who or the Avengers, you were probably subject to the cultural titan that was a now booming geek culture. Whether it was the nigh unstoppable plague of brown-haired dudes in their early 20s wearing green Triforce t-shirts and cargo shorts, or all your less likable friends demanding you watch Rick and Morty, or how suddenly you were practically a cultural outcast if you'd never seen an episode of Game of Thrones, the idea of
Yeah.
geek as an identity was suddenly everywhere, and it was inescapable. Memes, fan art, discussion threads, and cosplay
What the
were bigger
fuck?
than ever before. People were openly identifying as nerdy without even a little bit of shame or derision attached to the label, and the people who, it seems like for years, were treated as little more than a pathetic punchline were starting to run the world. It was a very specific era in terms
What
of
the
cultural
Oh,
product,
yeah,
the
my
ideas,
pen.
the ways in which people talked, and the things people believed. An era that seems to be over now, even as geek media like Marvel is only growing more ubiquitous. This was the Walking Dead era, the Game of Thrones era, the Super Hulock era,
Okay.
the era of Geek Crate and Think Geek and Scott Pilgrim and Felicia Day worship and Joss Whedon being seen as the king of it all. And with that era now past us, it might be worth taking a deeper look into what was up with all that. How did we get here? What was it like in its peak? Why are things kind of different now? And also, what can we learn from taking a more critical look at its past? So let's give this culture not the retrospective it needs, but the retrospective it deserves.
What?
So this video is primarily going to focus in on a very particular point in time with regards to geek culture. More specifically, the late aughts to mid-2010s geek boom that we saw across sites like Tumblr and Reddit and Cheeseburger, and the growing cultural ubiquity of geek property. I can't cover the entire history of the geek in a single video, nor do I really want to, but in order to set the stage for how we got here, I do think it's worth very briefly exploring what this culture was like prior to that period. Because the ways in which self-identified geeks perceive themselves and many aspects that shaped the subculture have their roots in the geek communities of the 1980s and earlier.
I don't have to take this. I'm going home.
Terms like geek and nerd were being used as self-identification labels at least as far back as the late 80s, but they were also very commonly pejoratives, primarily to refer to very bookish, socially awkward guys who were really into computers and tabletop games and comic books.
People judge you differently than they did in high school.
The word actually has its origins in describing sideshow carnival performers, and this association persisted for a long time. Geek characters in popular media throughout the 80s and 90s commonly existed to be the butt of the joke. People like Steve Urkel or Screech on Saved by the Bell, or Skippy on Family Ties, or even Milhouse on The Simpsons. Films like Revenge of the Nerds 1984 served to play on the comedy of the long-standing stereotype that people who are really into things like computers were bullied, socially inept, and couldn't get girls. Although we very soon would start to see a shift in the popularity of pretty much everything that had come to define geekdom, and the term geek would take on a much more positive connotation, the association of geekdom with persecution would persist nonetheless. One massive factor in the perceived persecution of geek communities is the Satanic Panic of the 1980s and 1990s. This was over an entire decade where, based on a now discredited and ridiculously over-the-top memoir about a girl who was subject to ritual satanic abuse growing up, though that story is for another time, we started to see this culture of fear-mongering surrounding Satanists. Never mind that Christian institutions are one of the biggest historical and ongoing perpetrators of child abuse in North America, of course. Instead, there were constant books and news reports and even incarcerations based around the falsified notion that satanic ritual abuse was happening in institutions like daycares, and that kids and teenagers were essentially being groomed into Satanism in a variety of ways. One subculture that was particularly affected by this was the TTRPG community, which at the time was a lot of tactical war games and, of course, Dungeons & Dragons. This was largely spurred on by the fact that a university student had gone missing in 1979 and was being searched for by his parents, and who later went on to take his own life. Although he
Okay.
had multiple pre-existing issues with depression, the private investigator hired to find him believed that his disappearance was somehow tied to the fact that he played D&D, that he had been lured into some kind of satanic cult. In the 1980s then, there was a huge push to ban D&D in all kinds of settings.
So weird.
was satanic or occult. In the words of Pastor John Quigley,
the game is an occult tool that opens
Okay.
up young people to influence
Yay.
or possession by demons.
D&D was removed from bookstores, parents would ban it from their houses and call for its banning in schools, and you'd see a rise in largely Christian media demonizing the game, no pun intended. Including Dark Dungeons, which was a chick tract about a girl who gets sucked into a cult of actual witches and demon worshippers by getting into
She gonna mention the movie?
some of the most incredible writing I've ever seen.
The thief, Blackleaf, did not find the poison trap, and I declare her dead.
No, not Blackleaf! No, no! I'm going to die! Don't make me quit the game! Please don't! Somebody save me! You can't do this!
Marcy, get out of here. You're dead. You don't exist anymore.
Which spell did you cast, Debbie?
I used the mind bondage spell on my father. He was trying to stop me from playing D&D.
What?
Sometimes we get so caught up in our own point of view that we fail to see the common ground we share with
Oh
others.
God.
These days,
No,
we face
stop.
a number of critical challenges.
Stop.
We often
No, I don't want
find
centrist shit right now.
solutions. But what if
Where
we
is
zoom
it?
out to
My
see
God, what the fuck?
You want a healthy
Okay.
environment, and so do we.
Shut up.
I mean, that is what happens when a player character...
I mean, that's good. We should fix our environment, but like, mostly by like, you know, getting rid of the fucked up industries that are causing that in the first place. But okay. Wait. Oh crap! I got out of interact. Okay.
in this game. It's happened to me. It's never fun. The religious opposition to nerdy interests would decline a little bit throughout the...
I used the mind bondage spell on my father. He was trying to stop me from playing D&D.
I mean, that is
So
what happens
funny.
when a player character dies in this game. It's happened to me. It's never fun. The religious opposition to nerdy interests would decline a little bit throughout the 1990s, but it wouldn't die out entirely. You'd actually see a similar backlash to the release of the Harry Potter novels and a banning of them under the same perception that they promoted Satanism and witchcraft, which is... that is not what's bad about them. As a result of the honestly many decades throughout which geek persecution was a very real and wide-scale thing, this narrative of the geek as the underdog has always followed this subculture and has even kind of been passed on generationally to younger geeks, who didn't necessarily have those same experiences but still claim them as an inherent part of what being a geek is nonetheless. This is going to have some
I hate people like that so fucking much. They're so desperate to like be bullied, you know? Like I hate people like that so much. I think I used to be kind of like that growing up, where I kind of tried to play off as a victim, even though I had literally no problems back then, other than I couldn't get laid. No, I don't know. I usually blamed myself a lot of the time. But there was always like a scapegoat in the group, usually, I guess, for people. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
interesting ramifications later, and it's a mindset I want you to keep in mind throughout the video as the things that define geekdom become more and more ubiquitous. But the 90s really did represent a shift of the label from overwhelmingly negative to kind of going either way. With the founding of Best Buy's Geek Squad in 1994, shows like Freaks and Geeks 1999, or the rise of Bill Gates as a cultural figure, often lovingly described as a geek, Throughout the decade, you started to see a lot more positivity around the label, even as geeky remained a term of derision. A lot of self-identified geeks started to use online chat rooms to connect with other like-minded people, bound together by a love of things like Star Trek, comic books, and computers. In terms of people self-identifying as geeks online, you'd actually start to see online content as far back as 1993's Geek Code.
Jesus.
Basically a line of code you'd put in your online signature to denote that you were a geek. Or in 2003, this website InnerGeek put out this never have I ever style geek test marketed towards self-identified geeks with items like, have you ever programmed code on a calculator? Or have you ever solved a Rubik's Cube? Where the more boxes you clicked, the nerdier you were. Before it was put online, it was actually a Word document people would email around to each other back in 1999. It's a very interesting look into what people considered a part of geek culture at the time. Computer stuff, going to conventions, playing tabletop role-playing games, and being academically adept and socially inept. It's still up, actually. I took it and I got 30.07%, or total geek. This video essay's cool, but I wish there was a way to find the geeks and gamers in the crowd. Anyway, geek culture in the 90s and early 2000s really started to take shape. I could talk at more length about what the scene was like at the time and what the biggest interests were and where people congregated, but this video is long enough already, and that's an entire other video topic, so suffice it to say, we started to see a real culture form. It had some early brushes with mainstreaming, so things like geek chic fashion becoming popular in the 2000s, but it was nevertheless definitely a form of counterculture. But around the late 2000s, things started shifting. Over the course of about 5 years, there was this massive mainstreaming of the geek identity for a variety of factors we'll talk about in a second. This previously kinda derogatory, kinda reclaimed counterculture started to grow until geek products became more and more popular and the identity became a bigger and bigger marketing niche until eventually we hit critical mass. And previously hailed as uniquely geeky interests were just interests. So, what gives? A lot of things, but one of them is sure to elicit groans all around. Okay, so in 2007, this show called The Big Bang Theory began airing on CBS.
A hobbit. A hobbit. Are misfiring neurons in your hippocampus preventing the conversion from short-term to long-term memory?
Dude, I remember someone like described that show perfectly as like nerd blackface. It's just so perfect to describe it.
Basic sitcom with a relatively basic sitcom premise. Four nerds struggle with relationship issues, particularly after an attractive woman named Penny moves next to them. Like Friends if everyone was Ross. You can decide if I meant that as a compliment or not. While initially not a big hit, the show quickly grew in popularity thanks to syndication and word of mouth to the point where it became the biggest sitcom on television. It became a juggernaut in its own right, and love it or hate it, it's important to geek culture and popular culture as a whole.
I can see that.
Plus, it gave us Young Sheldon, the prequel spin-off show that's actually a murder mystery about Sheldon solving a new case every week, and you can't prove me wrong on that because nobody has actually watched Young Sheldon. In geek circles has been mixed. The series does have a lot of fans who are self-described nerds or geeks or scholars. One of the things about the show is they do have scientists and other experts serving as consultants to generally make sure that any reference to geek properties or complicated STEM subjects is accurate. Plus, it has an honestly really
that's cool.
song from Canada's They Might Be Giants, the Bare Naked Ladies. There are gags and Easter eggs for people who care about those sorts of things, and if you go into the show looking for nothing but a standard sitcom with some nerdy references, then you'll probably be pretty satisfied watching it. But in its detractors' eyes, Big Bang Theory is a shallow show that only contributes to the stigmatization of nerds and nerd culture, and that's not necessarily wrong. The show does play very hard into that stereotype of nerds as socially inept losers, especially early on, where the joke is simply that they don't understand how to interact with women or how to function in day-to-day life. The show will have geeky jokes and references, but they're usually just flavor text placed on top of standard lazy sitcom lines. We're talking things like, I can't talk to a girl. That's more complicated than trying to track down all of Kelly Puckett's original Batgirl comic run. Like, it might be amusing if you understand the reference, but that doesn't necessarily help the feeling implying that it's just plugging random trivia into stale plot lines and calling
Yeah.
it comedy.
So it's settled. The fate of Doctor Who's TARDIS will be decided by a Game of Thrones-inspired deathmatch on the battlefield of Thundercats versus Transformers.
There are a lot
What?
of videos online nowadays that are just clips from The Big Bang Theory with the laugh track taken out, and without being artificially told to laugh, it becomes incredibly clear how many of the jokes on the show are just saying the names of nerdy things and expecting them to get a laugh.
Batman. Batman and Robin. Wonder Twins plus the monkey. Wonder Twins plus the monkey and Batman.
The kind of lazy, unfunny nerd shit meant there was a lot of backlash against the show, and there was even this whole thing in the early 2010s where a lot of people called it nerd blackface, which is just fucking stupid. Like, even if you don't like the show, that's fucking stupid, especially because the show itself does have actual racism problems. Regardless
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
not being a good show, it's inarguable that it was a huge proponent in the normalization of nerd and geek properties. Here was the most popular show on network TV, and it was full of nerd in-jokes and references, and with geeky characters who were allowed to be at the center of their stories rather than playing comic relief side characters. It basically took a lot of the humor that had been popular in online geek communities, jokes about video games and Will Wheaton, and placed it into a mainstream context. And whether that delighted or upset you, it was certainly a thing. Big Bang Theory wasn't the only geek thing growing in mainstream popularity, though. The early 2010s saw the rise of a number of geek-related properties getting recognition and fan bases. For example, the revival of Doctor Who became massively popular, especially after David Tennant was cast, and we saw a huge revival of Doctor Who fans in the late 2000s. Manga and anime were becoming increasingly popular throughout the early 2000s and were becoming even more accessible as a result of the massive boost in online users, and so you also saw a huge surge in the number of anime fans. Around this time, we also saw the beginnings of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which honestly really did change things forever. Superhero films had been around for a while, especially in the 2000s right after the release of Spider-Man, but there's definitely a difference between that and what the MCU ended up being. It all kickstarted with Iron Man, which became an unexpected smash hit. No one really predicted the movie to do as well as it did, either financially or critically. It was a film based on a then relatively obscure character starring an actor who hadn't been popular for years that was also the first production of the ambitious Marvel Studios plan. And yet there was something about that first film that captured people, be it the strength of Robert Downey Jr.'s performance or the fun, not too serious tone, or just that it's a good movie. It showed the world that you can make people care about characters they might not know about and created immediate interest in this cinematic universe plan. Not only that, but it led to Disney acquiring Marvel in 2009, bringing with them more money and resources and sending us further and further into our inevitable future where the only corporations left in the world will be Disney and Google. People aren't even going to be assigned male and female at birth anymore. You'll just be assigned Disney or Google. In a world where every teenager belongs to one of two megacorporations, one teenage girl will defy the system and rise above it all when it's revealed. She's Apple. The MCU contains...
Oh god, those are gonna be the three those are gonna be the three genders. It's so fucked up.
Good reviews and all did fine at the box office. But when you talk about the MCU, you definitely have to divide it up into pre-Avengers and post-Avengers.
Big man in a suit of armor. Take that away, what are you?
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
It can seem a bit trite now that there's been a million of these fucking things. I mean, we've gone from comic books being selfish or childish material to being a significant part of modern culture. Now we're at the point where every few months, Marvel threatens us by saying something like, now you all have to know who Pip the Troll is, and we all live with it and accept the fate spun for us by Kevin Feige. But that first Avengers movie was a legitimate event at the time, being treated like a huge milestone in franchise world-building, blockbuster films, and it smashed financial records. It also basically ignited the MCU fan base as we know it today. Suddenly, you were not only not considered an insufferable nerd for knowing what Captain America's shield was made of, you were actually considered weird if you didn't know it. Hundreds of millions of people were watching this stuff and getting excited about it, and it was only going to get bigger and more culturally omnipresent in the years to come. We weren't just seeing a mainstreaming of the sci-fi branch of geekdom, of course, but of the fantasy niche as well. For years, George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series were acclaimed fantasy books that sold well, but weren't talked about that much outside of the fantasy crowd. However, once the books were adapted into the series Game of Thrones in 2011, it became an incredible hit, becoming the television show of the 2010s up until its conclusion in 2019 that basically wiped it off the face of the earth.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
She said that line way too many times.
Popular fantasy media to be adapted to the screen. The Lord of the Rings films came out a decade prior, after all. But unlike Lord of the Rings, which could still cast itself as being a general blockbuster affair, Game of Thrones was complicated, featuring a lot of characters, a lot of lore, an emphasis on fictional languages and cultures and geography, and a lot of explicit content and taboo subject matter that would usually be considered off-putting to a wide audience, and yet people ate it up. And in retrospect, now that we're 3 years out from the Game of Thrones experiment, that's sort of buck wild, right? That for a decade, everyone in the world got really into watching a show about fantasy land disputes and speculating about draconic heritages and getting really into fictional history. This shift into more geek-based media is seen even in the things that became cult favorites. The early 2010s also gave us things like Community, a show theoretically about a study group in community college, but really ended up being a vehicle to make fun of whatever media thing was annoying Dan Harmon at that particular moment.
Glee, it's a feeling you get when your brain finally lets your heart get in its pants. Glee!
Community was often seen as the anti-Big Bang Theory, being a more obscure show that didn't just use geek references as flavor, but rather incorporated them more into the plot and energy of the show. A lot of Community relies on the viewer having an understanding of television tropes, nerd culture, and obscure 80s and 90s media, and an appreciation for plots that would blend the line between fiction and reality. I guess you could say that to understand Community, you had to have a high IQ. There was also another big cult at the time, an underrated Kino gem called Scott Pilgrim vs. the World and the comic it's based on.
Oh, yes.
Scott Pilgrim tells the tale of a Canadian dating an American, an unrealistic idea, but whatever, who then has to fight
Jesus
in order to continue dating her. What made the series stand out was its heavy use of video game references and imagery, which quickly found an audience of nerds willing to lose their mind over jokes like playing the Zelda theme or having the enemies turn into coins when they die. Scott Pilgrim's fanbase is kind of weird in that the work itself, especially the comic, is a character study meant to showcase how flawed a character like Scott is, with the video game references and presentation meant to show the immature, simplified way in which he views the world, while also showing how an objectified view of women is unhealthy and affects them. However, there were a lot of people who latched onto the movie and the franchise as a whole uncritically, simply enjoying it for the nerd jokes they recognize and bugging any girl with dyed hair for the next few years to be their personal Ramona Flowers. And so essentially, we started to see the rise of what would be considered a lot of foundational nerd properties, and another reason a lot of these seemingly separate interests were consolidated under one specific and general geek label was that as the early 2010s progressed, social media platforms were becoming more and more centralized. I've talked about this at length before. That's not to say centralized platforms didn't exist at all in the 90s and aughts, but this was when we were reaching record highs of users on platforms like Twitter, Tumblr, and Reddit, and where we were seeing less and less participation in historically less centralized fan spaces like forums. There still existed spaces to geek out about generalized geek stuff prior to those years, but before then,
Wait, what am I doing?
amount of geek interest fan stuff was kind of sequestered off into individual spaces. If you wanted to talk Harry Potter, you would most likely do so on a Harry Potter-themed live journal page or forum. If you wanted to talk about Buffy or Doctor Who, you would go on a Buffy or Doctor Who fan site in order to do that. Now, though, it was becoming much more common that a lot of people's interests were starting to become consolidated into individual spaces, meaning you could much more easily engage with multiple fandoms at once and construct a broader identity around being involved with multiple of them. This, of course, manifested in several ways. One of those ways was the increasing popularity of meme-based If you check out Memebase now, it's just a very clearly dying website made up of stolen Twitter screenshots, but if you're anything like me, you'll remember how back in 2012, there were tons of different Memebase pages based around nearly every geek fandom imaginable. Memebase was the central website behind I Can Has Cheeseburger, a site that was especially popular in the late aughts for those impact font memes of cats who can't spell, which honestly was the best use of the internet, and I think we should exclusively use the information superhighway for that from now on. But at that time, Cheeseburger was getting millions of views per day and started to form Memebase offshoots called the Cheeseburger Network. So you'd see offshoots like My Little Brony, this huge community of My Little Pony memes, or Poke memes, or Doctor Who all-time lord all the time. A lot of it was and continues to be stolen fan comics from DeviantArt, but it was also stolen art, stolen cosplays, impact memes, and just generally a lot more geeky interest stuff in one centralized place. There was even an option to group all of the geek-style meme-based pages into one and view them together. So you would see stuff like Doctor Who and Game of Thrones and Portal all in one area, geek stuff. There was this perception that all of these differing interests were in some way linked together on the basis of this fan identity. At least as far as I'm aware, Memebase generally overlapped pretty significantly with male geek culture in particular, and more broadly the Reddit crowd, another website that was rapidly becoming more popular than ever before, with fandom memes abound and a general lack of central moderation as an advertising point. Once again, because you could customize your own front page, all of your geek interests could be consolidated into one place and one label much more easily than they could when they were sequestered off into their own niche forums. It made being a geek a lot easier. You didn't need to go to in-person conventions to have all of your nerdy interests in one place. And in very few places was this more obvious than on Tumblr, a website which at the time was fucking huge. At that time, Tumblr was near its peak, reaching 100 million daily posts by 2014. Incidentally, this number has shrunk to about 20% of that today. Because, like those other centralized platforms, you could do...
Yeah, it's really bad. Okay, I'll be back. I'm grabbing some water real quick. Yeah. Okay. Whoa! Holy shit! Is it okay? Is it okay? God, I hope it didn't break. Okay, it didn't break. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was bad. Holy shit. Okay, damn. I'll be back. Okay. I'm gonna... Why is that being shown? Oh god. Oh no. Okay. Fuck.
All your nerd stuff in one place, Tumblr's very specific flavor of culture could really...
That's a problem. Oh god.
Or a Dan and Phil fan.
I forgot to record. Too. Fuck.
If you were a fan of the Hobbit movies, you were probably a fan of Welcome to Night Vale, and if you were were a fan of Welcome to Night Vale, you were probably a fan of Supernatural, and if you were a fan of Supernatural, you were probably a fan of Doctor Who, etc., etc., etc. Because you could follow other users really easily and absorb their interests by osmosis, this part of Tumblr often moved very quickly and together into new popular geeky interests, to the extent that being a fandom person wasn't really about being into one thing so much as about being into everything. And this is where we saw the birth of Super Wholock. Okay, so if you're not familiar, Super Wholock was kind of two things. A sort of mix between an alternate universe and a fandom. There was first Super Wholock as the alternate universe. So basically, this was a hypothetical crossover between Sherlock, Doctor Who, and Supernatural.
Just like observing this one drawing that I accidentally showed everyone. Which sucks. Oh my god.
Really expect it to. You'd see tons of edited GIF sets where people would make fake fan-written GIFs of this hypothetical crossover show, or fan fiction of Matt Smith and Basket Weave Cameltoe interacting, or fan art of Dean Winchester getting his back blown out by Rory, probably. But it was also just this catch-all term for being a fan of the three shows independently.
Okay.
Three Super Wholock shows were often conflated, and if you were a fan of one, it was assumed you were a fan of all three, which is kind of interesting because they don't all actually have that much in common. But nonetheless, being a Super Wholock fan was often less about actually interacting with all three forms of media closely, but more so just a statement about the kind of person you were. So,
okay, this is interesting.
For example, own Redbubble merch of Castiel vibing on top of the TARDIS, or a Tumblr URL that combined as many fandoms as possible in your name if you were collecting them like Pokemon.
Well, because this is a thumbnail, I need to make these
In Loki's TARDIS, Castiel's companion in 221B,
excuse me for a second.
And that one guy who played Peter Pan at Disney World. It was an era where adopting a very specific and very broad-reaching range of fandom interests was really the norm, and it was easier than ever before. And by God, when this geek culture exploded, it exploded. I think if I had to name a year where that explosion was the most significant, I'd have to pick 2012. The release of The Avengers in particular was a huge boon for bringing people into the geek community. You had people finally start to get invested in comics, for example, and because of how broad and all-encompassing newer social networks were, if you
I always use porn as reference. I don't know why. Porn, there's just good porn art, okay? Porn is art.
Not to mention
You have to understand this.
We will talk more about later, don't you worry. Having directed the movie meant a lot of people started to check out his other work. So you had this new influx of people getting into Buffy and Firefly and Dr. Horrible, and I was gonna say Dollhouse, but nobody got into Dollhouse and nobody should. If you want a numerical way to look at this rise, you can see it just by looking at attendance numbers for the biggest comic conventions in the States. 2008 was the first
Okay, so I'm gonna be working on the line art part now.
Especially the big ones,
Well,
San Diego
God.
Comic-Con. It had started out as some small gatherings in the 70s, and by the end of the aughts, it was an institution pulling names like Bill Hader, Seth Rogen, and Sigourney Weaver. It was the first year they sold out, and by the year after, tickets were selling out up to a year in advance and being scalped near immediately. By 2010, they were selling out in a matter of literal hours to a maximum of about 130,000 tickets, and by 2012, other previously smaller conventions like New York's had caught up to those numbers. We started to see New York City Comic-Con going from 116,000 attendants to 133,000. Seattle's Emerald City Comic-Con was still in a 5-figure attendance just by
That's when I go to. Holy shit. That's my place. I mean, I don't live in Seattle. I live in Oregon, but like that's the place I go
This is
to.
where my personal experience comes in, but Calgary, where I'm from, saw a huge increase in attendance for their 2012 con.
I got this jade hat and
I'm a moron t-shirt.
I'm not a moron, my weekly shirt.
That's so
I
cute.
have a bunch of rage pins, I have more, but I'm not gonna wear them all.
That's so cute.
It's pretty cool.
Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so adorable.
I can find online, albeit nothing specific, suggests somewhere from 10 to 20,000 people came in 2010 and 2011, and then in 2012, okay, they had estimated that about 45,000 people were gonna come, and then they hit that number by the end of the morning. And they still had thousands of people with tickets just waiting outside, waiting to be let in, but they had literally hit the fire code capacity for the entire venue. I was there, and I remember just being amazed at how huge it was because I considered myself a geek and I spent a lot of time on geeky websites, but I only had like one friend in person who shared my interests, and so seeing this huge display of people who were like me selling pins and merch and branded t-shirts and playing Settlers of Catan and D&D out in the open and listening to Adam Baldwin talk about Firefly because we still liked Adam Baldwin at the time, and so I loaded up on every single piece of merch I could afford, and then my friend and I went outside because, you know, like we'd been waiting in these shockingly massive lines for hours upon hours, and we had a panel of all the Star Trek The Next Generation actors coming up, and it was the 25-year anniversary, and it was this really big deal, and so we wanted some sunlight first, and so we went outside and got some sun, and they did not let us back in. Like, we tried to go in, and they told us we were not allowed back in the venue, so we had to stand in a line, and every 15 minutes they let 100 people in until finally we got back to the convention hall. I remember we were in line next to this couple, and they told us they were from the States, and they had traveled all the way to Calgary and stayed in hotels and spent all this money just so they could come to our convention and see the Next Generation cast do their panel, and now they were worried they weren't going to be allowed into the convention at all. It was a complete chaotic mess, and it was very clear that absolutely none of the con organizers were expecting such a massive jump in attendance, and it was amazing.
The nerdgasm.
This is amazing!
Stop trying to poop. That is not how you relieve
What?
Probiotics help you poop, right?
With stuff like Felicia Day's web series about
Dude, these ads are fucking insane. Why? Why?
Gamer, The Guild, shows like Community and The Big Bang Theory, and the start of the MCU, we were seeing geek stuff on the rise in general, but 2012 feels like the year it went from increasingly large and popular subculture to bordering on just regular culture. 2012 was also the year we saw the launch of Geek and Sundry, which was basically this production company started by Felicia Day, who was seeing a huge surge in her popularity as a result of stuff like The Guild, Dr. Horrible, and Dragon Age Redemption.
You can't grow if you're still immersed in an imaginary social environment.
It's not imaginary. I told you.
Can't
It's.
get them off you.
Wait, hold on.
I'm dying. I need heals. Heal me.
Incoming. I play with real people.
She was, for a long time, and in some parts of the internet still is, kind of seen as the icon for female geeks, and was treated as both beloved and, in some cases, as a sex symbol for female geekdom.
Oh, God.
Keep in mind, this was the era of geek is the new sexy, where you'd see a lot more cosplay pin-up photo shoots and things like that. But more on that later. Geek and Sundry started out by producing a couple small-time web series and continued producing The Guild, but really struck gold in 2015 with Critical Role, this now insanely famous web series featuring a number of professional actors playing D&D in this broad, spanning, emotional narrative. For a while, the Geek and Sundry company was one of the most prominent voices in online nerd culture, headed by one of its most prominent icons, and its golden age really represents the height of that specific era in geek culture. It's an era with a really defined aesthetic, filled with a lot of now defunct stuff that really dates it to that 2008, 2016-ish period. On top of stuff like Geek and Sundry, for example, this is when the website ThinkGeek was around. Honestly, we need a union for people who lost so much of their time and money on ThinkGeek. The site started in 1999, but got big in the early 2010s. You could buy tons of fandom-branded merch like the portal gun, or a sleeping bag that looks like the Tauntauns from Star Wars, and lots of little gadgets that I still think of as genuinely cool, like little robots that move around while you play video games, or an LED hoodie that lights up and syncs to music to make it look like you're casting spells, and some neat science products like aerogel. ThinkGeek would later get acquired by GameStop and become bad and eventually shut down in 2019.
Retransform.
So when you're thinking of the site's golden age, you're probably thinking about that early 2010s era. They did this thing where every April Fool's they'd come out with a bunch of fake gadgets, and then in the following days they'd make the popular ones for real. Similarly, you'd also start to see other big retailers really begin to capitalize on fandom merch. Specifically, you can see a real shift happen with the store Hot Topic. Throughout the 2000s, Hot Topic
Yeah,
had very specific
it's kind of.
regulations, such that its inclusion in literary classic My Immortal makes it very accessible shorthand for being gothic. It was the store of emo kids and mall goths, where you'd go if you were the kind of kid with dyed black hair and heavy eyeliner and went by Raven or Midnight or Vampire. It was kind of mocked by real goths as being for posers. South Park even launched it into international fame by making fun of it on that basis, but it nevertheless had the reputation of being a gothic store for teens who wore all black above all else. But throughout the late aughts, and especially throughout the beginning of the 2010s, you'd start to see Hot Topic take on more and more brand deals, including with giant companies like Disney. The graphic tee section started to feature more and more figures. Most of the fashion items were now associated with some kind of vaguely fandom-related IP, and while you can still find a few vaguely gothy items now, it's now considered much more of a nerd/brand shop than a goth shop, and you can really trace the artistic bimbofication of Hot Topic to that same era in geek culture. Also, fun fact that really exemplifies this shift, Hot Topic attempted to buy ThinkGeek back in 2015, but was outbidded by GameStop. God, I want it back. Reject modernity, embrace tradition, give me goth Hot Topic or give me death. Another big staple of that era was an increased wave of adults, especially but not exclusively men, getting into animation. In particular, both My Little Pony Friendship is Magic and Rick and Morty come immediately to mind. The brony fandom exploded around this time as well, often drawing mixed responses from people outside the community. Meanwhile, we saw Rick and Morty, a comedy show about a little guy and his detached super genius grandpa, absolutely explode in terms of its readership and popularity. Rick and Morty in particular drew the attention of the geek crowd for a number of reasons. It was created by Dan Harmon, the guy who did Harmontown and obviously cult favorite Community. There was a lot of emphasis on sort of science humor, and a lot of people really liked Rick Sanchez, sometimes in ways that were explicitly counter to the intended message of the show.
The only connection between your unquestionable intelligence and the sickness destroying your family is that everyone in your family, you included, use intelligence to justify sickness.
Keep in mind that this was an era where you saw a pretty big rise in a specific type of character. Basically, a contrarian super genius man who was kind of an asshole and was really good at arguing, but generally had their heart in the right place, and similarly, there was kind of an era of hero worship of that sort of character. I am talking people like Baby Doll Carrot Snatch's Sherlock, or early Tony Stark, or House, or even Sheldon Cooper for that matter. This was a time where you'd unironically see the kind of posts that are mostly made fun of today, of people going, an argument between these six would be priceless, and just posting their favorite Ricks. I think, broadly speaking, this kind of fan favorite sort of represented a very specific conception of intelligence that was quite rife in many strains of the geek community at the time. A lot of people seemed to have the perception that intelligence was tied to a sort of snarky dismissiveness of the people around them. Again, this approach often did miss the point of the texts from which these characters originated, but nevertheless, you saw a lot of wannabe Tony Starks take that kind of aspirational message from characters like Rick. It's something I do understand because I was a bit like that too during this era, and while my experiences aren't universal, I think they're not uncommon either. If you were like a bullied teenager who was considered smart and considered misunderstood by peers who don't share your interests or treat you well and who don't understand or like you, I think there was a real sort of catharsis in seeing a character like BBC's Basketball Carrot Stick, one, openly everyone around them as being a bunch of judgmental idiots, and two, treated by the narrative as correct. Like, yes, this guy is a super genius, and people are wrong to misjudge him. Take that, girl from 4th period English class. I say this not to suggest, of course, that people were correct in their approach and in their veneration of the super genius asshole white guy archetype, but more so to contextualize why a character like that might have been appealing for a certain type of person to try and emulate. And to be clear, that isn't how reality operates. Being cruel doesn't make you clever, and being kind doesn't make you foolish, and being cruel and clever doesn't make you right. But the era of the Rick Sanchez reaction meme industrial complex nevertheless dominated certain more Reddit-adjacent strains of the internet for a good while. As a result, both My Little Pony and Rick and Morty fans quickly gained a similar reputation to outsiders that JoJo fans have now. You know those people who will not stop recommending their show to you and inserting it into every discussion and referencing their blorbos at every possible opportunity, but at the same time, like there was never a better time to actually be part of those fandoms. Whether it was an explosion of fan works, getting to reference epic narwhal bacon moments with a like-minded community, or just the enjoyment of getting to experience a cool show in real time, this was a great era to be part of those cartoon fandoms. If we're gonna talk about big geek media properties though, it may be time to take out that pin we put in discussing Joss Whedon, because it's honestly impossible to provide any sort of analysis of the 2010s geek era without looking at the absolute chokehold Whedon had on geekdom for a good while. I've talked about Whedon and the politics of his work before, namely in my video on Dr. Horrible from way back when, which is incidentally where my Respect Women Juice mug was first referenced, and if you want to buy that, link in the description. But it's worth acknowledging that for a good while, for massive chunks of the geek community, Joss Whedon was essentially seen as a god, as the king of all things geek.
Oh my god.
And to some extent, I do get why. This guy created Buffy, a show that's still one of my favorites despite my ever-mounting list of complaints about it. A lot of it either aged poorly or wasn't great to begin with, like Willow's dumb magic drugs subplot in the entire 7th season and everything in Seeing Red, and how the show framed Riley's clear insecure misogyny as being valid, or how bad the show is about race, whether it's about Jenny Calendar or the First Slayer or fucking any of that, or just Xander in general, just Xander. Anti-Xander action. Look, I wouldn't be so harsh on it if I didn't respect it so much. But people keep coming back to Buffy for a reason, and there really is a lot to love about it, from its often very honest portrayal of adolescence to the previously fairly uncommon style of teen speak to the masterful blending of the fantastical and the grounded in the human, and it was a cult classic for a reason.
Well, if this guy wants to fight with weapons, I've got it covered from A to Z. From axe to Z other axe.
And then we have Firefly, a show which I liked for a while, and in retrospect honestly believe its premature cancellation to be the best thing that could have possibly happened to it, because I fully believe it would have gone on to be a very unremarkable show had it been allowed to continue. There's just no way as many people would have watched and enjoyed it without its cancellation and perceived wasted potential as a drawing point, I'm sorry. Anyway, people were already primed to like Whedon and have for a long time, but his subsequent direction of Dr. Horrible, video here, horror deconstruction Cabin in the Woods, and then, you know, the fucking Avengers, especially cemented his status as geek writer god. On top of liking his work, some of this originates from the fact that, at the time, Whedon was often quite publicly lauded as a progressive feminist who respected women and wrote them as strong and multifaceted, and was able to build an audience and brand off of both his work and his accordingly feminist public image.
People are confronted by the word feminist and it stops them. They think they have to deal with that. But I think we're done with that as intelligent human beings. Being on the wrong side of history in terms of the oppression of women, being on the whole hall of history. If you're someone who genuinely believes that women don't deserve or aren't as much as men, you're like the plague, okay? In the big history chart, you're the plague. People feel removed from sexism. I'm not a sexist, but I'm not a feminist. They think there's this fuzzy middle ground. There's no fuzzy middle ground. You either believe that women are people or you
Jesus Christ, it's so weird.
That's not to say literally every geek in the world liked Whedon at the time, and there were, at bare minimum, whispers brewing about him not being great, but it would take many, many years for those notions to hit any kind of critical mass. For now, Joss was seen by many as a brilliant writer, an ardent feminist, and the cruel but beloved killer of many a fictional fate.
Watch out.
You're a goal-achieving go-getter. You made your schedule. You call the shots. You've got this, Bree. And nothing can stop you. Not even the night shift. Earn your degree online with more than 175 programs. Apply today to Purdue University Global.
I lost my parents.
Oh. Who?
That pain made me who I am. I spent a lifetime trying to write.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The mass popularity with which Whedon was seen was also a rise in work very clearly inspired by some of his own artistic choices, more specifically in how Joss Whedon writes dialogue.
The language of Buffy is really the language of Joss Whedon.
I'm a blood-sucking fiend. Look at my outfit. A lot of it is the way Joss naturally speaks.
It's more a verbal nonverbal.
That's absorbed by all of us and put into the speeches. I'm gonna give you all a nice, fun, normal evening if I have to kill every single person on the face of the earth to do it.
Joss really talks that way, and we've all kind of adopted it.
I think Joss sort of wanted to try to do is accomplish the same kind of playing with language.
You're being careful, right?
Full of carefulness.
Making it feel fresh and kind of young, while at the same time not making it feel dated.
Kiss rocks. Why would anyone want to kiss? Oh wait, I get it.
I touched on it a little bit earlier on, but one writing choice I think is particularly distinctive to Whedon is his heavy use of both quips and pop culture references, often intertwined. It's something that definitely makes sense for a show like Buffy, where the characters are snarky teenagers, but is a pretty consistent through line throughout most of his work. So you'll see a lot of characters remarking on their own situations in these kind of meta, blasé ways, for instance. Having Tony Stark go, "Please be secret door, please be secret door, please be secret door, yay!" Or having Buffy go, "Faith's not on the cover of Sanity Fair." At its best, the lines can be, well, funny. At worst, as writer Gita Jackson puts it, it sounds like a writer wrote it, which isn't always what you want when you're trying to inject sincerity into your work.
Wow, sarcasm. That's original.
Strong man as strong as alone. You ever heard that?
That's not a saying. That's the opposite of what the saying is.
You didn't see that coming.
Sorry, guys. I didn't bring a sword. Jesus. He is tall.
I'll make him die in ways he can't even imagine. That probably would have sounded more commanding if I wasn't wearing my yummy sushi pajamas.
You know what happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else.
Whedon's popularity, particularly post-Avengers, inspired a wave of similarly quippy pieces of film and TV, especially as it pertains to superhero stuff. This is, of course, not to say Whedon necessarily invented, that just happened style quips. You'd see a lot of them in, for example, 2000s action films, but there was a noticeable increase where it felt like for a good while in the 2010s, it was a lot more rare to see a popular big-name work that didn't include some kind of meta lamp-shading quip than the ones that did.
Yeah, that has happened.
Oh, they fly now!
They fly now?
They fly
now!
No. Cursed? No. Kidnapped or enslaved? No. Are you guys okay? Should I call the police?
How do you know this?
That's what I do. I drink, and I know things.
Mantis, look out!
This was further exacerbated after
That was funny.
the release of Deadpool, a film featuring a snarking, meta-quipping main character who works because he knows he's
balls did I have to follow to get my
But not every character can be Deadpool. When overused, it can often start to feel like sarcastic lines are used to, 1, acknowledge but not actually seek to remedy storytelling flaws, and 2, undercut moments of sincerity or emotional honesty. Look, these lines can be funny and do have their place, but all I'm saying is the Lord of the Rings movies would not have been better if Frodo and Sam had encountered Shelob in the cave and gone, is anyone else seeing that giant spider over there? Looks like we got company. Really original. Let me guess, it spins giant webs and eats hobbits. Nevertheless, the years following the first Avengers release and following the release of Deadpool saw a significant rise in the use of lamp shading, meta jokes, and overall quips, and audiences broadly hadn't quite grown tired of it yet. See? Nerd shit isn't embarrassing or cringe. It can be funny too. They're self-aware about it. So by and large, this is how a lot of that online geekdom manifested. a near universal love for figures like Joss Whedon and Felicia Day, a newfound interest in cartoons and sarcastic super geniuses and rock artists like Jonathan Coulton, increased convention participation and new fans getting into gaming and anime, and the ways in which the consumer markets shifted to reflect this new system. Indeed, it got to the point where it was cut to say that we have regular culture where people are into regular things, and then geek culture where people are into geek things. After a while, this iteration of geek culture was
Yeah, sorry, I'm like currently on my break right now. That's what's going on right now.
just culture. At the same time, though, we were still growing into this world where what was once the domain of geeks and gamers was just an everyone thing. So we had more or less everyone being into Marvel and Rick and Morty and Game of Thrones and Critical Role, but at the same time, this notion of being an outsider, being a geek, was still deeply important to a lot of these fans. As a result, one thing we really started to see was the massive increase in geekdom as a consumer niche, where your nerdy credentials...
I wonder if she's gonna start talking about Gamergate as a result, or like Comicgate. Talking about like wokeness and shit, and they're just like they blamed it on that, basically. I mean, like they blamed it on like feminism and stuff, but like I think it's like around that time like they're realizing their identity crisis. They start having like that identity crisis, which like leads into them starting to like just blame women instead of like acknowledging the issue of geekness having involved being an outsider.
By how much geeky stuff you purchased and displayed. To some extent,
So retarded. Yeah. No, I used to think of myself as like, I'm not a real Godzilla fan unless I've seen every Godzilla movie. And lately, I still haven't seen every Godzilla movie. I plan to. I do plan to. Son of Godzilla, very funny. But I don't think you have to see everything. I just think, like, if you appreciate, like, at least, like, one film or something about it, you can call yourself a fan. If you can, like, appreciate the concept of it, you can call yourself a fan. Because, like, being a fan is so, arbitrary? Arbitrary, based on random choices or personal whims rather than... Oh. I don't know. It's so, like, lucid, you know? Like, it's so lucid on it. Like, I don't think you have to be... I think there is, like, a hardcore fans. I think that's a true thing. You can call yourself... I feel like you can't call yourself, like, a hardcore fan unless it's, like, I don't know, your literal everything and, like, all the fucking time. But I think you can call yourself, like, a fan for a while. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I just... The geek culture is so weird to me. And there is a lot of stuff about nerd culture I don't like, but for the most part, I like it. I just don't like the whole having its identity being based around being an outsider. It's like with the gamers and shit too. It's so fucking cringy and bad. And I fucking hate it. Alright, I'm gonna press play.
Has always been a thing. I mean, if you go back to that geek quiz I linked earlier, one of the main questions is how much you like collecting stuff, comic books in particular. Marketing and branded merch isn't anything new, nor is it restricted to geek interests. Not at all. No, any interest is going to have some form of branded product tying into it, whether it's something jockish like sports, the way moms will shank Walgreen employees for Squishmallows, or how the religion fandom is really into crucifix merch. But there has definitely been a notable shift in the 2010s in the way that geek products are designed, sold, and marketed. Specifically in regard to things like Loot Crate and the rise of the fucking Funko Pop. For those who don't remember any YouTube advertisements back in 2012, Loot Crate is a subscription service built around themed boxes of nerd merch.
Wait, it's still around? It's still a thing? Loot Crate's still a thing? Do people like actually use Loot Crate? I thought it like stopped producing shit because like it turned into shit after a while.
That would be delivered to your doorstep every month. Each month, the box would have its own theme that would somehow connect all the
That's
products
weird.
together. As the company expanded, more options were offered, such as a more expensive tier that would give you items, or anime, which would give you all anime-themed products. Loot Crate at its peak was huge, and the idea of loot-themed subscription boxes took off, with several other imitators rising up to offer their own take.
What is going on?
Loot Crate's popularity is especially notable because the crates themselves suck. Loot
Yeah.
Crate is one of those things that sounds good on paper. For a minimum of $25 a month, you get a bunch of surprise nerd-branded merch, some of it being exclusive to Loot Crate, plus each box was guaranteed to come with a t-shirt with some kind of licensed.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And if you're someone who wears graphic tees a lot anyway, the box basically pays for itself based on that alone. But the problem is that the crates were often, like, bad, especially as they got more and more popular and the more people kept track of what all was coming in each box, because at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff you'd get in Loot Crates were somewhere in the range of sort of neat to cheap tat. It would be a lot of things like lanyards or fridge magnets, maybe single-issue comics, and that was often the best-case scenario. At worst, you'd get things like a fucking inflatable fucking crown. Like, not a Lord of the Rings branded crown or anything, just a generic inflatable crown.
That's shitty.
Dollar store for a kid's birthday party.
The fuck? What the fuck?
You know, we'd already be there if Roman wasn't driving Ford Knox on wheels. You see me shining, baby?
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm gonna have to see that when it comes out. I need to. That's a movie I need to see in theaters. I love those movies so much. They're so bad, but they're so good. They know they're bad, and they're just so fun and enjoyable, and it represents a lot of stuff that's really enjoyable about stupid America cinema. Okay.
Infinity Gauntlet oven mitt in two of the boxes that couldn't actually withstand high temperature.
What?
Over 200 people to the point where they had to recall it, and if you sent the glove back, you got a t-shirt and a Simpsons keychain. Certainly was a thing that happened. I think that's sort of the encapsulation of the Loot Crate experience in a way. You have something that seems neat in theory, like an Infinity Gauntlet oven mitt, but it doesn't actually do anything for you. It doesn't look particularly good, it's not high quality, it's not well made, it doesn't even perform its basic function of oven mitt properly. It's cheap tat that is only interesting for people who just want to say that they own an oven mitt that looks like the Infinity Gauntlet instead of just, you know, buying an actual high-quality oven mitt for cheaper.
I honestly, that'd be fun.
While there can be a fun novelty to it, if you're getting these monthly, you're going to be getting a lot of cheap stuff, and there's going to be a lot more of a chance that you end up with things you don't care for or don't find all that interesting. It was very common to see Loot Crate items go up for sale secondhand on sites like eBay or other marketplaces solely because there was often just so much pointless, useless, unappealing nothing included in them. And these didn't really sell well because people simply weren't interested, and these were products most people could already buy cheaper just by going to their local Target. Emily wrote this part, so it's whatever the Canadian equivalent of Target is, and now I'm just sad about Zellers. The Geek subscription box popularity definitely seems to have subsided. Loot Crate is technically still around. They filed for bankruptcy in 2019 and were bought out by another company, and you can still go to their website and buy way too many subscription boxes. But they definitely don't have the same
Add subtle.
they once had. You do still see Geek merch boxes
Export,
around,
lock, duplicate.
in stores now than via delivery. It's a lot more common to walk into a place and find like a Zelda-themed merch box or an Animal Crossing gift set that theoretically operates the same as Loot Crate, except you buy it in a store and see what's included in the package beforehand. This seems like a better way to go, honestly, if anything, because it guarantees that you
I just want to change the name of this thing.
and you're only getting getting products that actually interest you. Loot Crate operated a lot on the concept of FOMO, the fear of missing out. They would tempt people into subscribing to their service because, well, it has exclusive merch and t-shirt designs.
Okay, I'll just delete this. This is so stupid.
Snark House Sigil now, when will you ever be able to get it? You'll live the rest of your life saddened that you were deprived of your House Stark USB drive. FOMO is very big
found
in a
it.
lot of geek marketing circles. This wasn't anything exclusive to the 2010s nerd scene. Just off the top of my head, comic book publishers have done things like numerous #1 printings and variant comic releases in order to put pressure on fans to buy comic issues immediately out of fear that they'll miss out on a rare and potentially valuable item. But it certainly became a lot more transparent in the 2010s. Take, for example, another online merch type that rose into prominence around this time, the Geek graphic t-shirt website. I'm talking about websites like T-Fury or RIPT or any others like that, really. They offer limited edition graphic tees, their selection changing daily, with the idea being that once the stock of that shirt is gone, they're gone for good. The shirts often feature crossover designs between nerd properties. You know, because at a certain time in the internet, the idea of pop culture imagery, but with another pop culture figure in its place, was considered the height of cool comedy. This would be stuff like, hey, what if you had the poster to Drive, but with Han Solo? Or, what if it was the Incredible Hulk, but instead of Hulk, it's the Incredible Meep? Which are both T-Fury t-shirts that my co-writer Emily had in high school, and yes, she has been executed for her crimes. May she rest in peace on her own channel. These are lame. They're lame, I'm sorry. Most of these shirts are low effort, often have issues with stolen artwork or not properly crediting and compensating the artists, and just feel cheap. These sorts of sites got big through a lot of extensive advertising and
Oh, I remember these sites.
pop culture imagery, but with another pop culture figure in its place. Certain time in the internet, the idea of pop culture imagery, but with another pop culture figure in its place, was considered the height of cool comedy. This would be stuff like, hey, what if you had the poster to Drive, but with Han Solo? Or, what if it was the Incredible Hulk, but instead of Hulk, it's the Incredible Meep? Which are both T-Fury t-shirts that my co-writer Emily had in high school, and yes, she has been executed for her crimes. May she rest in peace on her own channel. These are lame. They're lame, I'm sorry. Most of these shirts are low effort, often have issues with stolen artwork or not properly crediting and compensating the artists, and just feel cheap. These sorts of sites got big through a lot of extensive advertising and the fact that at the time this was something people thought was really neat and funny. Oftentimes, these shirts don't really have a punchline, though, or any correlation that makes sense. Like, look at this one. It's just Scarlet Witch in the Pulp Fiction poster. What's the relation? Why mix these two together? Is there a punchline? Is there a greater meaning? There isn't. It's just acknowledging that two media properties exist and you happen to be a fan of both. That's what I keep coming back to with this stage of geek capitalism. Fan creativity and physical, tangible reminders of geekdom have always existed, often being cool or fun to collect. I mean, I own stuff like a TARDIS blanket because it's cool and soft and well-made and has a thing that I like on it. But increasing the perception that being a geek isn't so much something you do as something you buy is a massive wave of cheap, shitty, mass-produced tokens of geekdom, made unethically and designed to degrade and go out of style. Most of it isn't appealing or interesting or even anything worth collecting. They're often cheap, ugly products who sell themselves not on being interesting or compelling or reflecting qualities that make the original work notable, but rather are marketed based solely on brand recognition and limited availability. Which is how we get to the fucking Funko Pops. Funko Pops are plastic abominations, or
Yeah.
I guess a kinder way to refer to them is that they are simple figurines notable for their big heads and round, soulless eyes that if you stare into long enough, you'll see your own damnation. You've probably seen them somewhere by now. They're pretty hard to avoid. Once they've infested a store, they grow and spread, and before you know it, they're taking up half the shelf space of your local bookstore or game shop.
Sec. I can press play until.
I hate Funko Pops. They're cheap and ugly, and there's so fucking many of them. Their level of terribleness is only matched by how brilliant they are from a business perspective. As Funko themselves have noted, the simplified and uniform nature of the main pop design allows for quick turnaround, where a new figure can be designed in 24 hours without a lot of troublesome R&D concerns. Furthermore, this uniformity presents a strong brand image, as you can tell when something is a Funko Pop, for worse or for worse. So if you're already collecting Funkos, there's an incentive to collect more to go with it. Now, look, I don't want people to hear everything I've been saying and act like I'm saying that you can't buy merch or that you can't buy things for whatever fandom you're part of. That would be hypocritical of me, for starters. I have a fucking TARDIS in my bedroom. But I'm also not here to be a stop having fun, guys person. You have my permission to get merch and shirts and figures and plushies and whatever you want that shows your interests and passions and blorbos. And if you get something out of them, more power to you. Absolutely. But I guess the thing I keep coming back to when I look at
similar weight or similar thickness.
Nope.
But when you introduce
What?
thickness, you definitely similar weight or similar thickness.
What
But
the
when
fuck?
you introduce thickness, you definitely get these nice.
Where is it? Oh no. Where are you? Art style tutorial. Okay, I guess it's not in my videos.
Makes your strokes longer and more efficient. This extra liveliness can also spray all of your actually low, and also does with those traces literally, and you aren't looking at my line to lock cross shirt and use and its strokes. Course correct setting to set these where they aesthetic since it. Just think of.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know.
things like Funko Pops or Loot crossover t-shirts is the ways that these things feel less like high-quality odes to the properties and mediums they're representing, and rather like low-effort, made-for-assembly production for mass consumption. The act of accruing a near-endless stream of merch items was oftentimes not really about demonstrating dedication to a particular fandom so much as it was seen as a tangible way to prove your geek cred. You buy them not because they look good or because they're high quality.
I wonder if I could.
Of expressing your identity, an identity heavily steeped in corporate consumption. In a lot of ways, geekdom becomes an expression not just of what you love and what you create, but of what you buy. And the markets that grew to reflect that were huge. With this increase in cheap, mass-produced merchandise designed to cater to the geek identity, we saw a lot of indistinguishable brand items being pushed out on a wide scale and reinforcing a sort of nerd homogeneity. How neat is your box of nerd merchandise when it's shit you don't care about that a million other people are also getting and displaying on their shelf? Oh, that's a cool Triforce shirt. You should wear it, just like the million other guys buying a Triforce shirt and khaki shorts. Seriously, why did every geek boy wear this in the 2010s? Why was this ever a look? I don't know why. I don't even know if either of them ever wore this, but somehow it feels like Smosh's fault. This aspect of geek culture as primarily based around consumption rather than transformation or community isn't new, but the massive surge in geek as an identity being usable as a marketing term throughout the 2010s really exacerbated it. On top of the massive amounts of overconsumption of cheap, shitty merchandise with a geeky brand logo from a mega corporation hastily stamped onto it, you also saw a real rise in people treating the success of these brands like a form of team sport. For instance, you would see a lot of that when it came to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. People would use Avengers opening weekend numbers to flex on other franchises. There was this meme that got passed around basically challenging The Dark Knight Rises to get more money that summer, with people talking about how amazing it was that Marvel made more money off a film full of B-list heroes while others were struggling with their A-listers. A lot of people would gloat about how Avengers got better reviews than Green Lantern or Amazing Spider-Man. There was this whole push to see it not just as fun
Wait, what?
entertainment movies, but a big
Those are both Marvel.
achievement, both from a financial standpoint and an artistic one. There were people celebrating Avengers Endgame becoming the highest grossing film of all time and then feeling legit upset when Avatar usurped it again later during the pandemic, as if it really sucks that Endgame only made $2.9 billion and not $2.95 billion. There were these discussions about how it was unfair and how it didn't count because Avatar needed to re-release to achieve that top spot, unlike Endgame that, well, also did a re-release to push itself into the top spot, but like that was different. So you have the consumption of nerd shit as team sports, a genuine celebration at the act of having made a few more dollars for multi-billion-dollar corporation Disney. Or you have people demanding Marvel movies be nominated for Best Picture, demanding that these films attain some higher degree of critical respect. Or you have people bothering prestige directors like Martin Scorsese and demanding to know their perspectives on Marvel stuff, reacting with anger and defensiveness when they don't respond with veneration. It got to the point where Scorsese had to write an op-ed for the New York Times clarifying his position, saying that he doesn't get anything out of them, that he's from a different generation, so he doesn't quite understand the current appeal, and perhaps more importantly, that the Marvel enterprise scares him because it's dominating the film landscape in a way where more artistic pictures can struggle to get funding, theater screens, or public support. And yeah, that's a legitimate concern, both in general and also for Scorsese himself, an auteur who has made numerous films and constantly dealt with issues with funding and distribution of his work despite heavy amounts of acclaim and popularity. And yeah, Scorsese is an almost 80-year-old man. Of course he's not going to be super invested in the MCU. And that's not to say a discussion over what we ought to consider art or cinema is inherently worthless. I think calling a film not cinema is strange, and it's not something I would do. But at the same time, why should we care? Why do we need to continually ask acclaimed directors how they feel about popcorn corporate superhero product number 84? Why do we need their respect in order to validate the merit of these already massively commercially and critically successful films? Do you need to go dig up the corpse of Francois Truffaut and ask him what he thought of Spider-Man No Way Home? Why celebrate these multi-billion-dollar corporations making more billions? Why do these things need to be considered high art to make fans happy? The answer, of course, lies in that disconnect between the historical roots of the geek community and its present condition. It feels like a relic from a time when geek genuinely was this kind of bullied, downtrodden counterculture. If you belong to an identity group that has to deal with constantly being mocked for your interests, it's going to feel great to see the thing you love succeed.
They say that geeks become chic. To all the asshat jocks who beat me up in school, now I'm the one that's cool. Sigils up! Let's move!
Can't go? Do this to clear out stuck poop.
Oh my god.
It never helps you poop, right?
Ew.
And so in a lot of
Ew.
ways, this attitude reflects this now dated conception of the geek as an oppressed underdog. You still have the underlying belief that to be a nerd is to be persecuted, but at the same time, the actual real-world conditions around you reflect the exact opposite of that. So you not only get this fervent demand for geek stuff to be liked and consumed by everyone, but also this notion that a rejection of geek culture is somehow the dominant attitude, the bully picking on the loser. This underlying attitude of constant persecution mixed with this kind of entitled demand for widespread adulation, however, is certainly not limited to Marvel fans. People being kind of annoying about box office numbers and bothering directors about whether or not they think Iron Man is high art or corporate slop is certainly obnoxious, but it's not the worst manifestation of that attitude. Because all in all, this attitude of viewing geek identity as fundamentally oppressed and thus entitled to a very specific kind of respect can manifest itself in much more harmful ways than that. This is especially notable, for example, with regards to how many facets of geek culture have historically treated women. For a long time, being incapable of getting a girl was considered one of, if not the biggest stereotypes about the male geek.
Come on, you know I can't talk to women unless I'm lit up like the Hindu festival of Diwali.
What? That really aged poorly.
You're not asking me to prom, are you? Very funny. You guys are being real mature.
Maybe we were adopted.
It's D&D. Virgins.
It's a constant punchline on Big Bang Theory, despite the fact that the men on that show are often incredibly blatantly sexist and hostile to women. Their initial inability to find dates is portrayed primarily as a function of their nerdiness and social awkwardness. It's a running joke in the 1984 comedy Revenge of the Nerds. It's still a punchline even in recent comedy. Look at incredible TV comedy masterpiece What We Do in the Shadows, where the vampires want to drink virgin blood, so their insane little guy goes and finds some at a LARPing event.
I've managed to find a group with an extremely high ratio of virgins.
So, LARPing, as you probably know, stands for live action role playing.
Which is very funny if you know any LARPing people. Those guys are all like obnoxiously kinky. The point is that women being put off by men's geekiness is a long-standing stereotype, one that may to some effect be based in reality, but only serves to reinforce this notion that geekdom is a naturally male domain. It can also manifest itself in a sort of entitlement to women and entitlement to the respect and admiration of women. Go look up what happens in Revenge of the Nerds if you want to be very uncomfortable. But more on that. In actuality, a lot of this stuff has been shaped by women first and foremost. The first Star Trek fans were by and large middle-aged housewives, for instance. And so when women
Really?
are kept out
Holy
of
shit.
communities, it isn't by some natural biological lack of desire for women to be into geek shit. It's because they're made to feel unsafe or unwanted in those communities, whether by way of sexual harassment, gatekeeping, or just overall hostility. It's noteworthy that not only was the fake geek girl meme an incredibly popular image macro in the early 2010s, but also more or less any woman who has been inside a comic shop has had that experience. I don't even need to say what the experience is, we all know. There was often this notion that women were desired, loved, and accepted in geek communities, but in a lot of cases, what was actually meant by that was that women's bodies were desired, loved, and accepted. Once again, this was really an era of geek is the new sexy, where you'd see these hot woman cosplay pinups and image macros of hot girls in glasses being spread around as the female ideal in geek communities. So the image of an attractive geek girl was very popular, but not so much their actual personhood. We're fine with women being in our movies and games, you'll hear, and then they'll throw out examples of like Lara Croft and Sarah Connor, while at the same time demonizing a lot of feminist narratives or female characters existing without a visibly sexual lean to them. Women's bodies were broadly accepted in a lot of communities as long as they fit certain parameters, thin and attractive and like.
No, that was like the weirdest insult towards like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel when they were like. There's a lot you can say about that movie that's not fun. I don't personally like it, but there was like a lot of insult towards like her not being attractive at all, and I thought that was like the weirdest fucking thing when people were just like insulting her body, like being like, oh, she's not super hot, and I'm like, she just looks like okay, she just looks average, she looks like a person. Why does it have to look like a supermodel? Like why it's so weird. I always find people like that so fucking weird. That it's the weirdest shit to like insult a movie for, in my opinion. Okay.
Light-skinned, for instance, but for women themselves, it was a lot more of a toss-up. I mean, they even turned on Felicia Day for making the most milquetoast condemnation of gender-based harassment. A lot of times, women in these communities would have to either aggressively sexualize themselves for conditional acceptance, but still be faced with intense gatekeeping and harassment as a result, or intentionally desexualize themselves and work incredibly hard to assure everyone that they are not like those other fake geek girls, and either way, it's not a great position to be in.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, this unified geek culture really worked for them in the same way it worked for you if you were a mildly socially awkward white dude. And of course, this is broadly true for a lot of people of color as well, who have also talked at length about the racism present in a lot of these geek communities. Princess Wakes has a great video up on racism in fandom if you want to hear more about that, which I'll link in the description. Once again, this is really
I'll check that out.
expression of this underdogification entitlement cocktail. There was, for instance, this perception that the introduction of gender, sexual, and racial diversity into geek communities was somehow a threat to them. That geek communities were, dare I say, a safe space for a specific type of socially awkward bully dude, and that therefore any attempt to change up or broaden the scope of who was welcome there was akin to the popular kid trying to take the loser's favorite lunchbox away. This was an attitude that's always been present in many geek subcultures to some extent, and whether or not we want to acknowledge it, it was unfortunately a huge part of 2010's geekdom.
Yeah.
And when we're looking at factors that led to the decline of this era, we unfortunately do have to acknowledge that a big reckoning in terms of what this culture looked like was the direct result of things like Gamergate. For those who don't remember, Gamergate was a harassment campaign masquerading as an ethical gamer movement. Chat rooms and groups full of geeks and gamers banded together to attack journalists and women and anyone they deemed a potential enemy for the purpose of deplatforming them or causing them actual serious psychological harm. This was seen both as a way to personally get back at certain online figures they had vendettas against, but also as an overall push against the increase of diversity in geek spheres under the guise of caring about ethics in video game journalism. And to help fix ethics in video game journalism, people were hacked, doxxed, and sent credible death threats. This was a shitty time to be online, and many people felt unsafe simply talking about games. If you want to see a really detailed play-by-play breakdown of exactly what Gamergate was and how exactly it happened, I'd recommend Innuendo Studios' lecture on it, complete with lots of...
Innuendo Studios talked about it? Ooh, I'll check that out.
Innuendo Studios' lecture on it.
Gamergate is a really fascinating... Okay, I won't say fascinating, but it's like, it's a really dark time of the internet. Like, it's pretty bad now, still, but like, I don't know, there's something about back then that was just insanely disturbing. We're kind of in a resurgence of Gamergate, in a way, but, holy shit, I still remember, like, I remember I was, like, pretty close to being, like, turned into, like, Comicgate, basically, which was Gamergate, but for, like, comics, and they were shitting on Marvel for allowing more body diversity, and it was the weirdest fucking shit. And my buddy was trying to gaslight me, people, like, trying to gaslight me that, Squirrel Girl was the worst thing ever. And, like, yeah, she's ugly as fuck, but, like, I don't really care. She had, like, an appealing enough design, at least. I don't know, she looked more interesting than most other characters. She at least had, like, a different she actually at least, like, looked different than most Marvel characters. I don't know. I don't mind the big hot chicks, but, like, I don't know. Honestly, I think my biggest problem with her was, like, they weren't trying to do, like, a hot fat chick, I guess. Which they didn't need to. I don't think that was really the point of her character, if you ever look at it. Her whole thing was that she was just, like, a girl. You know, your average teenage girl going through, like, college and shit. I think that's, like, fine.
Complete with lots of different primary sources and a really accessible breakdown. It should hopefully disabuse anyone watching of the notion that this was ever anything other than an attempt to leverage the power of some socially awkward guys on the internet in service of ruining someone's life. A lot of this stuff manifested itself in the notion that the internet had become infested with powerful social justice warriors who were ruining their sacred underdog space, and an entire genre of online content was created on this basis. Rant YouTubers and pop culture reactionaries existed before Gamergate, to be sure, but it was really this period that popularized it. This was where you really saw people able to make a decent career for themselves just by uploading a video with some title like SJW triggered by Batman the Killing Joke and ranting about some random person online who might have said they didn't like a thing. That's what happens when you don't like the Killing Joke. There's a direct link between these types of anti-SJW rant tubers and the conservative commentators that have gotten popular on these platforms today. This whole Gamergate and anti-SJW backlash really seemed to reach a peak and transformation in 2016. Gee, wonder what else was happening in 2016. Really makes you think. In July of that year, a reboot of Ghostbusters came out, and said reboot had the audacity to feature an all-woman main cast. A lot of people lost their shit about this for some reason. To some extent, some of this could be attributed to the normal reservations people have about reboots, especially in the case where it's a reboot of a fairly beloved 80s film a lot of people have fond memories of. If someone was skeptical of a reboot solely because they were a fan of the original and just decided to say, no review, I refuse, then sure, power to them, I guess. But the fact of the matter is that what happened with Ghostbusters 2016 wasn't that. Instead, it was a massive backlash against a film for no other reason than having female leads, and suddenly this mildly mediocre comedy film became the battleground for this intense culture war and the fight against diversity. Actress Leslie Jones, in particular, got treated terribly by the internet, being met with a lot of harassment and racism and misogyny because of the film, to the point where she was doxxed and had her account hacked and nudes leaked, all because she had the audacity to be a black woman in a Ghostbusters reboot. Once again, beyond all the obvious racism and sexism that pervaded this culture, the initial perception of nerds as underdogs was a really dominant motivating factor. The disconnect between the cultural perception of the nerd and the actual tangible cultural power and dominance of the nerd was palpable. Gamergate on the whole constituted a real shift in what this nerd culture looked like, bringing already existing community issues with racism and misogyny to a fever pitch. You started to see a lot more sci-fi properties used as nexuses for various culture wars, especially after the release of the second Star Wars sequel, The Last Jedi, and there was overall a lot less perception of the geek as one specific universal aesthetic. Instead, it was all these factions who fucking hated each other. To some extent, that's always been a thing. There's nothing more nerd than fighting over nerd properties, but there was a notable shift in the atmosphere post-Gamergate, and it really made the era of meme-based and think-geek stuff feel a bit of the past. Gamergate and the ensuing mass of anti-diversity complain tubers who lose their shit whenever a gay person exists in a cartoon, while a massive stain on these communities, however, wasn't the only factor leading to the overall decline of this geek as an identity institution. The ensuing years were marked by a number of events that cast previously popular fixtures of geek communities in a negative light. For example, Rick and Morty, which had already received a bit of flack from non-fans for being marked with a somewhat cringy fan attitude, reached its cringe nexus in 2017.
As experts in online education, Purdue University Global gives you all the flexibility you need to balance school, work, and life. Take classes 100% online to fit your schedule, your pace, and your personal budget. Learn how to save on tuition and time online at Purdue Global.
It's chaos at a McDonald's over, of all things, Szechuan sauce. Customers crowd the counter demanding the Szechuan dipping sauce for their McNuggets. Outside, hundreds more are lining up. What on earth is going on here?
After McDonald's announced they were bringing back their Szechuan sauce for a day after the sauce became a meme on Rick and Morty and wildly underestimated the number of sauces they'd need to distribute, fans got very embarrassing about it. Very, very embarrassing about it. I'm talking people making protest signs, threatening to sue the chain for false advertising, and even people who were lucky enough to get their hands on a packet of Szechuan sauce successfully selling them for at least $15,000.
So funny.
Mocked for the Szechuan meltdown, and while Rick and Morty went on to release 2 more well-received seasons, the reputation of Richard and Mortimer fans and the sort of stereotype of faux intellectual nerdery with which they were associated never really recovered. Pretty much everyone I know who was into Rick and Morty after that would always have to preface them liking Rick and Morty with like, yeah, but I'm not one of those fans though. I think you can see a real cultural shift in how people started to see the whole look at all these nerdy brands style geek pandering in some of the reception to the film Ready Player One.
Fucking Chucky!
I can't prove this, but I'm at least going to put forth my theory that if that film released in like 2013, it would have been a lot more well-liked than it is now. I mean, it may be hard to remember now, but back when that book came out, it was incredibly popular, becoming well-reviewed by critics and accepted by nerd circles.
Oh no.
Even my co-writer Emily was once told by a professor when the book came out that she seemed like someone who would enjoy Ready Player One, and according to Emily, it's the meanest thing anyone has ever said to her, and that means something because she's a trans woman on the internet. But at the time, there was this fascination with works that just acknowledged that geeky, non-mainstream material can exist, and Ready Player One was the epitome of that mindset.
Mechagodzilla!
Isn't really transformative in how it utilizes these nerd properties and references.
Wait a minute.
Something like Scott Pilgrim.
Wait a minute.
Epitome of that mindset.
Oh, never mind.
Isn't the same way something like Scott Pilgrim is. Rather, it uses flavor narrations that you're supposed to look at and go, wow, I know what that is. Characters are rewarded not for their ability to be
It's the Family Guyification, basically.
but rather just to remember things from popular media projects and recreate them to a T. In that way, it's kind of the ultimate expression of a nerd culture that's more about passive consumption of brands than about an active process of community building and interpretation. It's not about deriving interesting themes or personal meaning from your favorite movie, but about being able to recreate it exactly. And at a certain time, it might have been cool to read a book where they ride around on the DeLorean and reference the Temples of Syrinx from 2112, but now it all feels really, really cringe. And you can see this not just in the way that the Ready Player One film was ridiculed by many when it came out, but in the way the sequel book, Ready Player Two, was basically ignored by the general public and reviewed significantly worse by mainstream critics. That sort of geek pandering
It's the thing. My brother loved that movie.
Joss Whedon, who had previously attained a sort of hero worship status among nerds for years, also experienced a rather embarrassing fall from grace after multiple allegations of creating an abusive work environment came to light. To some extent, this was known for years. Anyone who followed Angel for any time could tell you for years why Charisma Carpenter won't work with him anymore, but these accusations really went mainstream in recent years, especially following his wildly controversial direction of Justice League. In a lot of ways, this prompted a critical reappraisal of some of his works, and you'll see a lot more online backlash to both his self-proclaimed feminist nature and the overly quippy tones his writing can take. There was this entire meme going around last year, which was just to edit screen caps from your favorite movie as if Joss Whedon wrote them. They're very, very good. You started to see a simultaneous mainstreaming last year, which was just to edit screen caps can take. There was this entire meme going around last year, which
Isn't this a little on the note?
just to edit screen caps from
Get load of this guy geeking over the Geode.
favorite movie as if Joss Whedon.
I'm sorry. You said the name was Hannibal, and you're a cannibal? A little on the nose, don't you think? That's like if your parents named you Dr. Eat People. Oh wow, a Nazi with a gun. How original. Let me guess. You're gonna tell me to say Hail Hitler instead of cheese when you take the photo.
You started to see a
Jesus.
geeky interests and a decline of the actual geek aesthetic, at least the way it manifested itself over that specific period of time. Some of this was already happening throughout the late 2010s with stuff like the aforementioned Gamergate and the Szechuan sauce fiasco and whatnot, but if I had to date the end of a lot of these 2010s cultural institutions to a specific year, I'd probably trace a lot of it back to 2019. 2019 saw both the shuttering of previous geek culture institutions Think Geek and Geek and Sundry, and also the release of the wildly commercially successful Avengers Endgame. 2019 was when Loot Crate filed for bankruptcy. 2019 was when Game of Thrones ended, and it was so critically detested that it essentially destroyed the decade worth of cultural capital that it had built up. It just does not get talked about anymore, not outside people deriding how horribly it ended. 2019 finally marked the end of The Big Bang Theory, a show that had gone on to earn more than 220 television awards.
Oh my God.
And more than 50 wins. 2019 also saw the release of the Joker movie, which was considered the most profitable comic book movie of all time and became a massive cultural sensation. The final film of the Star Wars sequel trilogy dropped and made massive amounts of money and generated tons of cultural waves, and then it was just over. So in many ways, this year represented this paradoxical growth and decline of geek culture. Geekdom, in the sense of a specific 2010s cultural aesthetic, was on the decline, while many of the actual interests previously relegated to the domain of niche geek counterculture were on the rise. It's weird to say more geek stuff led to fewer geeks, but I guess if I had to explain it, there was so much geek stuff that it just became stuff. Normal stuff liked by normal people. Nearly everything that defined geekdom had become incorporated into the dominant culture. When everyone's geeky, no one is.
Ever wonder how Salesforce
Yeah.
uses its own solutions? Get an inside look at how we use our products for sales, service, marketing, and more. This is Salesforce on Salesforce. Tune in on salesforce.com/plus.
Oh, that sucks. Ugh.
All in all, this era of early 10s geekdom is definitely a mixed bag. In some ways, looking back on this mass popularization of all things geeky, I can see the joy and passion and fun that brought people into this culture. I think it's great that we live in a world where we see less ostracization and bullying for people who love computers and tabletop role-playing games and comic books. And when these fan communities get together, you can see some honestly amazing shit and make some great memories. I'll never forget the hours I spent jamming with my friends to Jonathan Colton songs and making my shitty cosplays of Darth Xana from the Star Wars Bane series.
That's so cute.
Or the girl at Comic Expo who helped me with my Junko Enoshima costume when it was starting to come apart. The absolute joy of stepping into that con hall for the first time and seeing people, real people who loved all the same stuff I did when I never had that before, is unforgettable. All communities to some degree are created out of some kind of love and passion, but I think geek communities especially are ones that, at their best, are filled with unique levels of love and dedication and creativity. At the same time, though, looking back on this era of geek culture, there's a lot there which, all these years later, kinda sucked. Even beyond the ways in which that culture could be incredibly hostile to women and people of color and queer people, the ways in which geekdom started to serve as a vessel for unbridled consumerism are incredibly tangible. Beyond the wave of near-identical, cheap, mass-produced slogan t-shirts and Funko Pops, what we really saw in this culture was a worship of brands and stuff before any kind of transformation or community building. It was less about seeing geek media as art to be engaged with or to have meaning derived from, and more like Pokemon cards to collect, to recall quotes and trivia from the drop of a hat,
Oh,
tick boxes off
I
lists,
hate that.
laud over others your superior degree of engagement.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
Started to see a
Fuck.
culture that was less about the love and celebration of lesser appreciated art forms and one that was more about conspicuous consumption in team sports. And to some extent, it's inevitable that a culture like that wasn't going to last forever. Don't get me wrong, we still have self-proclaimed geeks and gamers and countercultures, and we always will. But the iteration of 2010's geekdom, the Joss Whedon of it all, feels markedly dated now. When the Funko Pops and Triforce t-shirts and self-aware quips wear off, it starts to become clear that a lot of the objects of geek affection themselves weren't always very good. And when that happens, all we have left are the fan cultures themselves and the communities we build. Strong fan cultures built around transformation and creation are likely going to have some staying power. Fan cultures based around consumption and box office numbers and preserving a defunct sense of nicheness and persecution are only going to crumble with time. That just happened. If you enjoyed me talking about a bunch of really nerdy stuff, the good news is that absolutely nothing is nerdier than competitive debate. On top of internet culture from the 2010s and sociology, another thing I have a big background in is competitive debate. I used to be a debater as well as a debate coach, and I have this exclusive video called Debater Theater. Essentially, I talk through how to better use arguments to persuade others and how to better identify when persuasive rhetoric is hiding in plain sight all around us. So that's things like in film, TV, and award acceptance speeches. If you want to watch that video, you can check it out on Nebula. Basically,
Nope. Okay, whatever. What? Where is it? Oh, okay. Fuck them racists, I guess. Yeah, true.
I couldn't in good conscience make a video and not speak to you guys directly about what I felt and how I am feeling, because I know there's plenty of people out here who are feeling just tired, exhausted, like they're just speaking into the wind. And to have the government so overtly show themselves. This has always been what this government does, but to have it be so out in the open is very hard, is very jarring, is very troubling, because so many of us are already dealing with coronavirus, COVID-19. The Black and brown communities, indigenous communities are already the hardest hit. We are already largely unsupported, and yet here we are, again, having to fight this battle. As someone who in their adult life has really tried, and sometimes failed, but has always tried to discuss and bridge pop culture and intersectional politics.
What the fuck? Wait, where's the full screen? Why can't... What? 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 Okay, whatever.
I really wanted to take this moment
I don't
to
care.
just very bluntly, honestly, maybe slightly inarticulate, because I didn't script any of this. I am just coming off the cuff. This is a moment where I really want fandom to understand that how they treat Black people and other communities of color, but I'm gonna focus on the Black community because that is my community and that's the place I can speak most earnestly from and for. The way y'all have treated us in fandom is connected to this. It's very easy to dismiss fandom's racism, fandom's misogynoir, fandom's failings to address racism from the top down, because the writers also don't help, the cast sometimes don't be helping. All of that creates a space where you have Black people, very often Black women, having to have 2-3 jobs. And on top of that, of the harassment and the treatment of these artists, these actresses, actors, those of us in fandom have to now watch women who look like us, women who represent us, women who are trailblazing in what they do, be called monkey,
Jesus.
called ugly, be belittled, and have our opinions and our discourse on these topics be ignored, be vilified, be seen as inherently biased because we're Black, to be seen as disruptive, to be seen as picking a fight, to be seen as unfair. And none of this has anything to do with the actual heart of the criticism. None of it has to actually do with the nuances of how certain narratives picked. It's all about the fact that we are loud and open about how fandom is disruptive to our mental health, because it does something to you psychologically to see Black women and Black folk be treated so like trash, to be treated like trash. The very fact Candace Patton, Kat Graham, Angel Colby, Amber Riley, Nicole Bahari, Anna Jope, so many women, Ashley from Riverdale, the fact that so many Black women have had to deal with so much harassment from these communities, mistreating them, is tied to what we're seeing, because it's about the way that Black people are dehumanized, the way that we are not treated with any sort of care, the way that our feelings are disregarded, the way we are allowed to be just avatars of your hate and your anger and your disruption, not because you actually fundamentally disagree with what we're saying, because you see us you hear our tone, and you don't actually care about the content of what we're saying. You assume that we are already an unreliable narrator. We are unreliable narrators of our experience in fandom. We're unreliable narrators when we critique something because we must have an agenda because we're this and this and this. We are automatically assumed to be volatile. And the thing that people don't even understand is that fandom is the way that you see where your value lies sometimes. Because look at the Hunger Games. Remember with Rue? Remember that? Way back in, what was that, 2012? When the first Hunger Game movie came out? When Amandla was cast as Rue and everyone realized that she was black, and there was this entire uproar of people saying that they no longer felt sympathy for the death of that character because they were black.
Jesus.
And we were being told, and we were kind of telling ourselves, you know, that's fringe. That's just a small group of people. No one really thinks that. But then you see Tamir Rice get shot in the street, and you think they're unrelated, but they're not. Because in both instances, they are telling you the same thing, that black children are not seen as sympathetic to the media, to people at large, especially people who already inherently think that black children are wild. And we cannot separate these people. They're not fringe. And we need to stop telling ourselves that. It is not fringe. The amount of people that have harassed John Boyega for years, and then will get mad when he says that he hates fucking white racist people and say that he's being terrible to his young fans and call him all kinds of names as if he hasn't been called all of this stuff for the past, 4 or 5 years? Just because he's in Star Wars? And all this is happening not because of writing, not because of quality. It's happening because you have already decided that black bodies being in the media that you consume is inappropriate. That black bodies being in media that you like is an agenda. You've already decided that we don't belong in your science fiction. You've already decided we don't belong in your comic books and your fantasy. And when we fight back about that, when the powers that be are like, you know what, other people of different races and ethnicities want to be in this stuff too, they like it too, let's just do it. It always has to be a problem. It always has to be a fight. It always has to be a debate. You will have some of the most talented actors and actresses taking these roles, yet complaints. For what? But if we call you racist, you will call the one instance that is flipped and say that we're hypocrites, because why weren't we mad about that? How many times have people come up here and had to give this? How many times have I had to come up here and explain that this is not hypocrisy, that these are two different things, that these are false equivalencies? How many times have people had to say it? But I bet you if a white mouth told you that, if one of your actual faves told you that, you would listen to them. But I am inherently seen as an agitator. I'm not an agitator. I'm just trying to exist. I do these videos. I started doing YouTube when I was 16 because I just wanted to talk to other nerdy people online about how much we hated Twilight, you know, and I have grown since then. I've evolved. Yes, I will always make mistakes. I'm a person, but trust me, I punch myself more than anyone else could. I shade myself more than anyone else could about my pronunciation, about gaffes that I make, about how I didn't cut out any of my ums and when I speak all the time. Like, I do this because when I get comments from people saying that my perspective helped them see something, that's all I've ever wanted. I have set myself up in many ways to be an educator because I definitely do know that a lot of the time people are out there just wanting to cause beef. They just want someone to understand the joke. And I most of the time have that energy. And I take it on because I don't want other people who don't have that energy to have to take it on, because I can take it. I'm making myself a public figure. But please do not get it twisted that I'm a person too. And it is exhausting when I see some of y'all say these things, not because I already internalized everything, but because I know that it has something to do with what I actually say, that you're not really listening, you just want to fight. And I'm so sick of the way that black thought, black anger, black revolt is seen as inherently uninformed, as if we don't know what the fuck we're talking about, as if we have not lived in this state of terror. I'm not even gonna say his name, but this one actor said something about how do we in the Black community stop being hunted? Animals that are prey animals
Jesus.
that have been throughout society hunted evolved to a place where their entire system reacts in a way to prevent them from dying. You understand me? To the point where even like a domesticated rabbit, if you hold them certain ways or you pick them up certain ways, they inherently have that fight or flight instinct in them from being raised as prey. They have anxiety. They have high levels of stress because they come from prey. Black people in this country, in other countries, have been harassed, have been marginalized, have been controlled. Even in countries that you think are, majority Black countries, look at who's running them. We have been in a state of constant reminder that our lives are not worth the same to other people, that we will not be believed, that we will be inherently seen as predators. So people feel it's fine to prey upon us. And when you look at the hypertension, you look at the stress, you look at all of those things, that doesn't come from nowhere. That is because of the environment that teaches us that we have to always be on guard. And when you're a Black woman or a Black queer person, or just any kind of Black femme-presenting folk or queer-presenting folk, you are triply on alert because you know that they are going to come after you. And that's why I have to say to the white allies that want to be allies, the way you can best be allies is to believe us when we say that this shit happens. And I will tell you, white gay people, yes, you guys are marginalized, but do y'all step on us at the same time? Yes. Because I'm so sick and tired of white gay representation between two male characters being seen as more important than how you treat women of color. It don't have to be like this. And if you knew how to structure an argument, you would find a way to blame the right people for the reason why your ships don't happen and not put that on women and women of color. You guys know Superman is my favorite superhero because he symbolizes hope. And I love Usagi from Sailor Moon because she symbolizes hope too. And so there is a part of me that will always be an inherently hopeful person. But that's fucking exhausting because I know that I'd have no inherent solidarity. Solidarity is a myth. What I believe in is helping people who are marginalized regardless of how an individual has treated me. I believe everyone has the right to exist and thrive and be treated well. And I stand in solidarity with people and with marginalized peoples across the world because I do it because that's the right thing to do. But I know that I can't always expect them to be my allies. I don't expect white queer people to be my allies. I don't, because I don't see them be allies to other people. I will watch y'all make 17 million virtue singling videos about one white queer person. Will any of you guys take this energy and just support someone who's not white on this damn platform? No. The clout chasing is apparent. I spent from like the Vampire Diaries when it first started, because the Vampire Diaries is like, that shit is a part of my life forever. But from 2009 on, I really learned how much y'all hate Black women. Like, for truth, for doing nothing, for existing, for, it doesn't matter if we're con, doesn't matter if we're bad, for existing, we are the enemy. And there needs to be accountability for that. You guys need to be aware of how you treat us. You need to be aware of how you pick your favorites. You need to be aware of how you treat certain codified people versus others. And I've always said this. It is fine to dislike and even hate any character. But you need to think about how you communicate that hate. You need to think about how you position that hate in comparison to other things, because that doesn't come from nowhere. We all have to unlearn this behavior. Me too. I'm not innocent in that. I have definitely had to learn how my internalized misogyny makes me view certain female characters. Absolutely. But you have to do the work. Fandom has been one of the worst places to exist as a black person. And the reason why we're
Okay. Is this video almost over? Okay, I'm gonna tap the next video after this, but I'm gonna go for a quick walk. Like a quick, like, 15-minute walk. And when I get back, we'll get started on the comic. I just now realized that, yeah, I accidentally did the thing backwards, and I started the commission art before I started working on the comic. So, yeah, it's not good. I did not make this. I just, in case anyone thinks I'm not that good yet. Or maybe you already knew that. Do not save. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, this is gonna be really fun. Yeah, this is gonna be really fun. God, there's so much work. I really like this being around, honestly. That's really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna save this. Oh, wait, now I remember what I was doing. Wait, before I do that. Okay, so now I'm gonna save as PNG. Vitamin comfortable free. Oh my god. That was really fun to work on. Alright, let me just put up thing. Yeah, I might just like do, yeah, after I work on the next drawing session, the next thing, where is it? Okay. Where is it? Fuck. Oh, wait, did someone post? Oh, never mind. Where is it? I don't remember what I'm looking up anymore. It's gonna play. Sorry, I'm just setting up some music. Everyone's not. What? Okay, this is weird.
World. It was a
Right, whatever. This is probably not good, but whatever.
seen as being inherently artistically superior to fanfiction, and the increase in people viewing fanfiction as a valid art form is seen as categorically bad.
Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay, I'll be back. Just gonna be on a 15-minute walk, and then, yeah. Holy shit, I need a piss. Fuck, shit. Oh, motherfucker. Oh god, fuck. Fuck. Holy fuck. Oh god, mother fucking fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh god. God. Okay, I just got myself a pizza. Okay, I just got myself a pizza. Let's eat for a little bit. Oh my god, it's only been 2 hours? Oh, I've been recording for 2 hours. How long have I been live streaming? 2.5? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess we'll finish this video. I'm gonna look for another one to play.
We're even in it is because there's so many of us who come together, who are positive. They're
Okay, what's another...
But when it does come through, it is a reminder, a clear and constant reminder that y'all don't think we belong there. And if you can't think that we have a place, that our thoughts, that our feelings, that our experiences don't have a place in a fictional world, in a discussion about a fictional ass world, why do I trust you to believe me when I talk about my real experiences? Because you dismiss me regardless. I'm excited to work on the things that I'm working on, but before I'm a creator, before I'm anything, I'm a Black human being. And to my other Black human beings who are out here doing their best, to the true allies, thank you for your effort. But like, believe us when we say that this is hard. Believe us when we say that we are dying. Believe us when we tell you that these government institutions do not give a shit about us. Believe us when we say that. Believe us when we tell you that what you do to us in fandom hurts us in real life.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, it's pretty much just how it worked around Gamergate. Like, it really was just people being mad about minorities being in a movie. It was the weirdest shit ever. I never really got it. I think, like, when it came to Marvel, I was shown, like, enough, like, screenshots that I was like, okay, maybe they're being a bit cringe about it. But, and I got mad about it for a little bit, because I was more so just annoyed about cringy writing and lack of subtlety. But I do kind of wonder if, when you're making things subtle, it is easier to ignore. But when you make things out loud, it's annoying because you're being obnoxious. And like, my question really is, at the end of the day, like, what's like the difference, you know? Like, what's the difference at the end of the day when it comes to that? You know? I don't know. Is there a fucking... There's a Disney racing game? There's like a pic... Oh my god, there's a Disney racing game. It looks dumb as fuck. I don't want to play that. That looks dumb as fuck. But like, what bothers me the most is like, when someone's just mad about like just a Black person. It just makes no sense to me, honestly. Like when someone sees a Black person and their side's like, oh man, they're being political, and it's like, dude, it's just a Black guy. Like, it's just some Black guy. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna press play.
Because I don't care how you feel about Iris West Allen, the character. Why has Candace Patton been harassed endlessly for 6 years? What does that do? And it's not one person, it's not, and even if it was just one person, that's inexcusable. Do you think because it's not every single person on earth, because it's not every single member of the family, it doesn't matter? When you're being called the N-word, when you're being called names, when you're being called a monkey, it does not matter if one person does it, 50 people do it, or 10,000 people do it. Because hearing monkey over and over again, even if it's by 10 people for 6 years, is hate. It is poison.
Yeah.
It will destroy your spirit. If you're an ally, be an ally. And if you're not, get the fuck out of the way. Simple as that. Doesn't have to be any deeper than that. Just get out of the way. I hope that you're all taking care of yourself. Productivity is already to the devil. But keep working because I enjoy the work that I do and I'm proud of it. But to quote John Boyega, I just have to come out here and say,
wait, what?
fuck racist.
What? Why is that like that? What the fuck? I'm wondering if that's even her video. Doesn't feel like that's her video because of her video. It just feels weird. What's with that? That's weird.
White people. Fuck racist white government.
Yeah, that's a more normal face to pause it on. Sorry. I just didn't want to like, I don't know, I felt kind of bad pausing on like her making like the crazy eye face. Because she's clearly just really upset about like actual issues. Oh, this was like 2 years ago. Yeah, no, it still happens though. Like, yeah.
And good thing I don't care about views and I don't care if this gets demonetized. Fuck it. Because you guys have actively destroyed lives. And that matters from the top down.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care if you're a troll. I don't care who you are. When you treat black people as if their lives don't matter, in any capacity, you are participating in the violence.
I feel so bad, but it's like she's like
repeat. You may not think that, and that's the thing.
Like no, yeah, it's like she's kind of repeating the same thing over and over. I might get to this point where I'm like, I think we kind of get the message, honestly. Like, it's pretty bad when you're spreading like hate or like, anger towards stuff like that. You are just like inspiring like hate crimes or hate movements based around that. Like, Gamergate was just a hate movement, no matter how you look at it. And a lot of the recent stuff, especially like transphobia and all the blackphobia stuff, that's just hate movements. I really need to stop showing politically based stuff because I'm really trying to like separate myself from that. But sometimes it can be a little bit hard. Maybe it's just like a little too tempting for me to do stuff like this at times. But it's just really fucked up how we just that shit. It's so weird. I remember my own brother was like calling something woke, and the thing is, he was saying like, yeah, maybe it's because it's woke, and then he wasn't saying that because of like out of racism towards it. He was just being like, oh well, this like I feel like when normies just constantly hear the same thing over and over again, they're gonna be like, oh, maybe it could be a reason, because one thing, it's just fucking centrist brain rot. I'm not calling my brother stupid. I'm just calling him like a normal person that like when they hear these things constantly, there is a part of people that will think like, oh, maybe there's a point. Because not a lot of people are trained to have more critical thinking on these issues themselves. Yeah. No, like a lot of media will like inspire a lot of hate at stuff. I think like over time, that's why like a lot of leftist media is really important to like counterbalance it and fight against it, because when you're also releasing media to counteract it, it's gonna help. But that's like one of the important things about like diversity of tactics. One of the things that gets me so annoyed when people get angry at people like Vosh about being too edgy, which is not even like true, especially with his latest. You could say like his content was pretty edgy with his like earlier content. It was like latest content's not even like edgy, to be honest. It's really not that edgy, like at all. But I don't know. It just sucks. But no, that's she made some good points, honestly. Some really, really good points. I'm gonna play the next video. It's just anime. Let's go. Back. I'm making this. No. Okay, I'm gonna play the next video. The next one's just gonna be a comedy one, because I got really sad. It's all true stuff. I'm like, it's not gonna. I'm not saying this just like. I'm not saying this to at all like. Put down what she said. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I'll give my comment on it, and I kind of did. But, yeah. I'm gonna press play. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of would rather just play some more funny stuff in the background. I kind of realize. Alright, I'll press play.
Veterans, whatever you're going through, don't wait. Reach out.
Alright. I'm gonna start this from the beginning. Yeah, I'm gonna start this from the beginning. Actually, you know, fuck it. It's my video. If you wanna watch the whole video, fuck you. Like, go watch it on there, I guess. Yeah. Already gone through all this. Now you have to.
This is pretty good. What's this mean? Oh! Let's turn the sheen up on him. Oh, that's a little too much sheen. This is looking nice. Alright, get some of that metallicness out of here. It's a little too... I want him to look like he's made out of bronze or something. He looks like an Oscar. Alright. Now what hair are we doing here? Oh, you can give him hair. They really did a good job with the Street Fighter.
Jesus.
That doesn't make it really with his character.
Jesus Christ.
I just wanted to do his hairstyle, really.
Thumbnail. That's it. Yeah, I'm gonna just work on the background for this part. Then I'll get started on this part. Oh. I'll get started on this part. And then, yeah. Alright. I'm almost done with this pizza. I'm gonna have dinner early.
Sometimes when you stare at your face long enough, you wonder if that beauty mark's always been there.
What?
Alright, now how fucked up can we make this face? This is really not doing much. This is very subtle. This really... It's not like when we were making him into a dinosaur. This is just not changing him at all. Can I do like a quick, like preset faces? Zoom me out. What kind of hair?
Jesus.
Alright, let's see. This You can randomize the face? How do you randomize? I don't want to hit this. This is gonna delete my great character probably. Alright, what kind of hair are we doing here?
Jesus.
This is good. This is a good character.
It's a shame you can't do much with the face though, because a lot of Street Fighter is like they're exaggerated character designs. So if you can like barely do anything with the face, it's just like disappointing to me. I don't know. That's kind of lame, honestly. Pretty lame move on their part. Oh fuck! God, I was gonna try to drink more water today.
This is really good. Oh, you can't even see his eyes anymore. He can't see nothing. This is a really good character.
Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. And then we'll finally get started on the comic.
This is a really good game. They really did good with this Street Fighter. I kind of like this one. This is kind of funny to me. For some reason, this is funny. Oh, looks like the guy from Yakuza. He got his hair exploded. Alright, are we thinking Mohawk or are we thinking this? Pigtails? Alright. Yeah, this is pretty good. Facial hair. Yeah, let's go. Give me that. Skin aging. He's 100. Alright. Laugh lines. He laughs a lot. Crow's feet. Give me the 100.
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Holy shit, what did I miss? Oh my god. I'm going back.
He can't see nothing.
Alright, let's get started.
This is a really good character.
So stupid. Alright.
This is a really good game.
Jesus.
They really did good with this Street Fighter.
So stupid.
I kind of like this one. This is kind of funny to me. For some reason, this is funny. Oh, looks like the guy from Yakuza. He got his hair exploded.
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
Alright, are we thinking Mohawk or are we thinking this?
Should I make this a little thicker? I kind of want to keep the consistency with the line width.
Alright, yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to keep the consistency going. Yeah? Yeah, of course.
Skin aging. He's 100. Alright. Laugh lines. He laughs a lot.
Okay.
Crow's feet. Give me the 100. Skin roughness. Give me.
Oh god damn it, I missed that part. Fuck. I missed it again. No. No. Okay.
Still here. Yeah, let's go. Give me that. Skin aging. He's 100.
Jesus.
Alright. Laugh lines. He laughs a lot. Crow's feet. Give me the 100. Skin roughness. Give me maxed out here. Okay.
I just realized a lot of this stuff is gonna like rely on looking at the visual stuff for the humor. And I need something I can just play in the background. So I might you know what? I'm trying to think of like who I can play in the background. Because I'm like realizing how careful I have to be and how much like political content I listen to and watch. Who's someone I could play in the background? What's a good video essayist that's not like talking about the politics of nowadays? Who? He's like pretty left leaning. But okay. Why not? Yeah, I like Loot a lot, actually. Okay, Paper Mario is wonderful. Falling in Love with Tail Concerto is actually really good. This is actually probably one of the best videos I've seen. Or one of the best, like, feel-good videos I've seen. Okay. This one I've already seen, like, a billion times, so I don't really have to, like, pay attention too much. What's going on? I'm mostly doing this for me, so I don't have to, like...
My earliest video game memories were with Super Mario 64, Smash Bros. I grew up with a lot of curiosity about the PlayStation. Nintendo kid. My first console was the N64. My earliest video game memories were with Super Mario 64, Smash Bros. I didn't own a Sony console until I bought that one with my own money a few years after it came out. Over the years, I've definitely had a lot of fun exploring the PS1 and PS2 libraries and experiencing a lot of wonderful games that I previously hadn't touched. But I don't have a lot of nostalgic bias for the PlayStation like a lot of others have. There are a ton of games for these consoles that I still haven't touched. But recently, I played a PS1 game that I found to be really interesting and kinda underrated, and I thought talking about it would be pretty fun. That game, as you've probably gathered from the title of the video, is Tail Concerto.
Oh, yeah, I already finished this. Yeah.
There's your spoiler warning.
Yeah, get the fuck out of the stream.
Tail Concerto was released in Japan in 1998. It was developed by CyberConnect.
Wait, what?
Want to play this game? I'm going to be talking about the entirety of its plot, so if for whatever reason you want to play this game completely blind, there's your spoiler warning. Anyway, Tail Concerto was released in Japan in 1998. It was developed by CyberConnect 2, a studio best known for the Dot Hack series, as well as quite a few anime.
Yeah, it's gonna be another CG. It's gonna be another 3D objects stream.
Development for about 2 years. Bandai published the game, and at the time they were really excited to have a colorful 3D platformer with a cute art style under their belt, as they were really in their heyday at the time. Mario 64 and Nights into Dreams had both come out in 1996 when they started development on Tail Concerto, you know? This was the time for this type of game. They hired Nobuteru Yuki, a well-known manga artist, to design the characters, and the cute character designs and art style is probably the first thing you notice about Tail Concerto. It's definitely the thing that drew me in the most. It's just really pleasant and nice to look at. All of the artists and 3D modelers that worked on this game did a really fucking good job. Their art style kind of reminds me of Mega Man Legends, and I mean that as a huge compliment. A lot of people apparently agreed with me too. When this game appeared at the 1998 Tokyo Game Show, it drew a big crowd because of its visuals and because of how fun it looked to play. Tail Concerto made its way to the West the very same year on the PlayStation Underground Jam-Packed demo disc of 1998, with Japanese text and audio. It wouldn't see a full translated English release until late 1999 though, through publishing outlets.
I already made that. Yeah. Okay.
For its official release, and despite how well it was received critically and by fans, it didn't sell super well in Japan or in the West, and this kept it from receiving a proper sequel despite the dev team really wanting to make one. CyberConnect has
That's so sad.
developed a few spiritual successors in games that take place in the same universe over the
This is why whenever you see a cool video game that looks really neat and creative and catches your interest, you should, if you have money, obviously, you should buy it. Like, especially when it's from like indie artists, which this wasn't. Oh my god, wait. Sorry. I'm like... Okay, sorry.
including a DS title and a cool strategy RPG that came out last year that's on modern consoles and PC and stuff. I'd really like to try it out sometime. It's called Fuga Melodies of Steel. But yeah, Tail Concerto. Let me take a minute to talk about the quality of the animated cutscenes. They're fantastic and animated very well, despite the obvious FMV compression that they went through to fit on a PS1 disc. The opening cutscene of this game is beautiful and vibrant and shows off the cute cast of characters. In the English version that I played, it features a nice instrumental orchestrated musical piece that accompanies the visuals nicely, but it's inferior to the original Japanese audio, featuring a hauntingly beautiful vocal performance from J-pop singer Kokia before she started her official music career. It's an incredibly lovely piece of music, one of the prettiest and most atmospheric songs I've heard, and it's a genuinely perfect first look into the world of this adorable little game. If you're interested in hearing the full version of the song, just look up For Little Tail on YouTube. It's really, really great. Anyway, Tail Concerto puts...
Let's do it. For Tail.
you in the show of For Little...
For Little Tail. Okay. Oh, now I remember why I wanted to do this. Because I wanted to make a grid. Okay, okay. I'm gonna make those boxes then. Damn. Honestly, why can't I just look up a bridge on, like, Clip Studio and use that? Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's right here. I gotta start using more of these assets more often. I've been, like, learning some cool stuff you can do with them lately, and I kind of want to start taking advantage of that because I'm a shill and a hack that doesn't care about actual artistic integrity. This slaps. Holy shit. Okay. Let's see if they have trees here too. Holy shit! This is really good. Is this too loud? No, it's not. Okay, sweet. It's like a 3D model? What is this, though? I guess I should probably show what I'm... Is this a 3D model? Did anyone know that? Oh, it's a template? I don't know what that means. Wait. I do have some tree template brush. I do have some tree brushes I could use. Do I? Actually, wait, I probably don't. It's like, let me... I know I don't have a bridge, so... I'll use this bridge. Holy shit, this is so loud, though. Holy shit. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. My ears are fucking bleeding. Jesus. That's cool. Oh! Oh! Oh, I need this. Holy shit, I really need that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, yes. Clean cut houses. Yes. 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 Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, that's so nice. You think she has more? Or he? They? I don't fucking know. Ooh, free assets. Oh my god, free assets. Yes. Fuck, I gotta go grab my medication. Oh my god, I so respect this. Okay, just a sec. Wait, why am I here? Okay, I'm gonna manage material. I had a pen that I used to use that was like for tree trunks. Is it? Where is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this already all downloaded? Let me check, actually. Maybe it is? Doesn't feel like it is, though. Honestly, the amount of time I'm putting into this, I could have just drawn a tree by now. I should look up the bridge, though, real quick. Because that one is going to be a lot more useful for me on a personal level. But yeah, I need to start using like more of these brush tools. I really like the concept of that tool being used. Damn. This is so annoying. Wait, where's that music? Did it end? No, fuck you. Is that the whole song? Is it over? I mean, I guess it would be. It has to end eventually. Oh, I guess it was. Huh. Okay. No, Demon Mama, I don't want to watch Demon Mama right now. No. No, go away.
Little tale on YouTube. Really great. Anyway, Tale Concerto begins with Waffle, a police officer living in Port, a floating island in the sky that exists in an archipelago known as Prairie.
That's it. Oh my god, it crashed and closed.
Where he gives her a blue pendant to get her to stop crying. He wakes up and is excited about his day off from work for about 2 entire seconds before he gets a call from his boss, the chief of police, about some shenanigans going on in Rasaka, a neighboring island. There's a gang of kittens and cats that cause mischief and tumult called the Black Cats Gang, and lately they've been wreaking havoc a little bit. There's a bit of unrest between the dog people and cat people that make up the inhabitants of Prairie. We'll get into what their motivations are soon, but for now, let's see what Waffle does when he gets to Rasaka.
Where is it? Is that Kirby? Oh, gone. Okay, well that's fucking annoying.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they blew up that warehouse. Is that guy dead?
Okay, well,
Oh, okay, he's fine.
doesn't end up opening up or working eventually. I'll just I don't know.
You may notice that Waffle is piloting this sweet-ass jet with big arms, perfect for grabbing and throwing things and smacking shit around. This is gonna take up about 50% of the combat. Hey, they're throwing bombs at me. What the fuck? Come here, you little shits. Get over here. You're going in the timeout orb. All of you are going in the timeout orb. Alright, that's the first warehouse. Let's capture all the kittens in the other two. Okay, fuck. Got him. Let's follow that blimp we saw earlier and get to the bottom of this.
What?
I
Oh.
think it's funny that Waffle wears his police cap backwards. He's just really fucking cool. I really like the way piloting his mech feels, too. I really like how when you jump while running, he extends his arm like you're a ballerina. You're in this big, powerful robot, but you're so agile and graceful. You can tell that Waffle is kind of a gentle type of guy. He moves carefully, with precision. You can tell he doesn't want to hurt anyone. Later on, you meet this other dog guy named Cyan, who works as a guard at the Royal Palace, and he moves with a lot of bravado, with his arms swinging around and stuff like he's hot shit. You can tell that he doesn't have the same gentle nature that Waffle has. I may be reading a bit too much into it, but these little details kind of make this game stand out to me. I also love how if you keep mashing the jump button, Waffle's mech flails its arms, trying to stay afloat. It's really cute. Anyway, the blimp. We head into the town square and find some kittens running around. Waffle's mech is also equipped with a gun that shoots out these bubbles.
Oh, what?
It makes capturing delinquents and criminals much easier, and it's much kinder than having a stun gun or...
I guess I'll just use the box for now.
Waffle's character. A nice and sobering reminder that the only good cops that exist are fictional characters. We wrestle up the rest of these crazy kittens and, oh man.
Rue!
Look at how cute this graffiti is. Love it. Anyway, the Black Cats gang's leaders are at the top of this engine tower in the town square. We need to head up there now and stop them from causing any more trouble. We enter the tower and give the
Oh my
engineers
god.
some coal that one of the kittens swiped earlier.
Oh wait, I'm such a stupid retard. Jesus. Ed? 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 Ed?
He's just doing his best, alright?
I love him. Santa? Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute.
On his day off. So I really like these three sisters, Alicia, Flair, and Stare. Alicia, the one with the eye patch, seems to be the leader. I really like this cutscene because despite how short it is, it perfectly shows off all three of their personalities. They've been wreaking havoc in Rasaka because they want this magical...
Oh my god.
...in the ruins above the engine tower.
Wait, no, not material, fuck.
Flair is my favorite. She's the dumb one.
What? Did my thing just crash? Ugh! I gotta exit a lot of shit.
Alicia? Shut up! I don't know you! Don't you remember me? You live next door.
Okay, that sucks.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What a lying bitch.
I'll show you what happens to people who mess with the Black Cats gang. Flair, Stare, are you ready?
Okay.
Sure.
I love her. That's so funny.
Yeah, this first boss is not hard at all. You just shoot them with your bubble gun a couple of times and they run away with their tails between their legs. The sisters fly off and leave the crystal they were trying to get behind. Real unprofessional. These dumb kitties don't know nothing. It also appears that Alicia is that same girl that Waffle had a dream about this morning. Things seem to have changed over the years. I guess they aren't.
Okay, sweet. I got it. I really want to try this out.
God, why does he sound like that? Panta shows up to give us a message from HQ, and I can't get over this little fuck. Look at his radio, it's as big as he is. He really is just doing his best, isn't he? The chief of police is happy that we got the cats to stop bombing Risaka, but he puts us in charge of the entire Black Cats gang case. Waffle just wants to go home and enjoy his day off, but it's not happening. Sorry, bud. The chief of police also shows us how useless he is by ignoring Waffle's question about the crystal that he found. He won't even hear anything about it. Whatever. Let's go chase some fucking cats around, I guess.
Thanks, Panta. Well then, I think I'll go and talk to the townspeople again.
Since we got the Black Cats to leave Risaka, the people living there aren't afraid to come out anymore, and they opened up access to downtown. We'll head there and talk to some of the locals for information, but first let's...
Alright, I'm trying to get this open. Come on! Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She's so cute. What is that? Why is it going so stupid right now?
It looks like this extremely normal, not suspicious looking guy named Fool is supplying the Black Cats with weapons and vehicles in exchange for the crystals.
You will collect all 5 crystals hidden throughout Prairie.
Yeah, you may see it in front of you right now. I can't see this big gray screen. Jesus. I hate my computer so fucking much, dude.
Well said, Flair. Anyway, now that Risaka is free from danger
Okay.
downtown, none of the hubs you explore in this game are terribly big or super detailed, but they're charming and memorable nonetheless. I like that you see this guy trying to clean up the graffiti after everything that just happened. We can go into people's houses and stuff, and the way Waffle looks so cramped in his big stupid
Oh my god. Where's the fucking other thing though?
Like imagine you get invited to your girlfriend's parents' house for the first time, but you're 8 feet tall and 3 feet wide, and you keep accidentally bumping into shit. You're doing your best to be funny and charming and sociable, but you're just breaking things and knocking shit over because you're so big.
Jesus.
Downtown Risaka is just this one street featuring some homes and
Is it
businesses,
me?
and talking to people on the street for clues.
Did he cry?
Well, but you're just breaking things and knocking shit over because you're so big. Downtown Risaka is just this one.
Okay. Let's give this a try.
On the street for clues is how we progress the game here. Pop style, yeah. We find out from this guy that the Black Cats gang are interested in the mine at Fairzin, another neighboring island. Apparently they found out there's a crystal hidden in the mine, and Waffle logically concludes that that's probably the place they're gonna hit next. If we talk to this lady over here, she tells us about the Airleaf Islands, and Waffle goes, damn, that's crazy, rate my fit. We can head over to the Airleaf Islands whenever we want now as well, but for now, let's head to Fairzin. We're treated to a cutscene of Princess Teria and her butler flying in her personal airship, also heading to Fairzin because the miner workers there just uncovered the head of the Iron Giant very recently. The Iron Giant is this ancient entity that is a legend among the people of
Okay.
apparently created as a weapon to win a war between 2 old world civilizations. Unfortunately, the princess's airship
Oh,
was hijacked
God,
by
no.
dipshits, and as soon as Waffle gets to Fairzin, he's greeted by the princess's butler in hysterics.
What happened?
The Black Cats gang have kidnapped the princess.
You mean Princess Teria?
Yes, that princess.
You know, most of the voice acting in this game is pretty good for what it is, but some of it is, well, you know. I have a soft spot for corny voice acting. I grew up with English dubbed anime, and it's not something that really bothers me. But some of these performances aren't, you know, the best. The worst voice in the game is a little later on, and you'll know it when you hear it. The main characters' English voices are all fine though. Waffle is voiced by Lani Minella. She also voiced Rouge and Omochao in Sonic Adventure 2. And apparently she also voiced Bubsy the fucking Bobcat.
What the fuck?
So we figure out that the sisters took the princess up there, so we've got to do a little climbing and platforming.
How do I turn off all that? I just don't want anything.
Oh, fuck. Whoops. You know, I really like the portrait sprites they use for when characters are talking. They're really cute.
By light source? There is no light source, so why is it acting like this?
Personality, I think.
Lucky we came here looking for a crystal, but it looks like we found ourselves a princess too. Do you think you can get away with this? Untie this rope. Let me go. Let me go this instant. Oh, pipe down. Princess Teria. Waffle.
What the fuck?
Stop this. Let Princess Teria go. Well, first of all, give back the crystal I left it for Sokka. Okay. Now release the princess. No. I said first of all, didn't I? One more request. Find the crystal hidden in the mine. If I bring it to you, you'll release the princess, right? Don't listen to them. You keep quiet. Yes, if you bring the crystal to me, I'll let the princess go.
Alright, we've got to head into the mine to find the crystal so we can save the princess. Cool. The mine seems a little confusing at first with the differently numbered pathways and hubs you go to, but it's a lot more simple than it appears. Basically, you just follow the path and we'll end up where one of the kittens has swiped the crystal already. There's some side paths we can take to pick up some collectibles and stuff. Oh, fuck. Missed that one. But anyway, let's just get this crystal back to Alicia. There's this jump here when you're heading back to the beginning.
Yeah. I say I don't like it.
When I was recording here, I managed to get it first try, no problem, but the first time I just kept having to reload my save state until I could get the timing down. Really wonky. Also, yeah, sorry if this breaks the immersion or whatever, but I'm playing this shit on an emulator. I don't have a PS1 in person, and I'm also the fucking CEO of Amazon. Shit.
Jesus.
Shit. Let's climb back up there.
Here's the crystal. Now let the princess go.
We give the second crystal to the sisters, and they make good on their promise to release the princess. But Alicia's clearly got some personal shit going on. She seems to have a vendetta against the dog people of Prairie specifically. Alright, man. We'll let that go.
What?
Later, but
Rusty stream. Gracie? You're alive?
throw the boulders that fall when they crash into the wall at their
Gracie is live on my stream?
especially considering
Wow.
where it came
Wow.
out. But it isn't boring or anything.
Wow. The Twisty. Wow.
Anyway,
Oh my fucking god.
motherfucking ruckus for the second time. We get both of the crystals back.
Oh my god. My fucking Wi-Fi's awful. I hate this. No, stop it.
Invites us back to her castle to meet her dad, the king.
I was so scared today.
Dude, my fucking Wi-Fi is awful. I hate it so much. I hate everything about my Wi-Fi. Everything my Wi-Fi does, everything my Wi-Fi says, everything my Wi-Fi thinks is awful, okay? It's just off. It's just really bad.
Nice, Waffle. I make this face when women talk to me, too.
Jesus.
Go back to Prairie Castle together. My father will be.
Oh.
I think Praria is the capital.
My computer's freezing up. Why?
I'm guessing the majority of people in the kingdom live here. Waffle again proves himself to be incredibly relatable by trying to bullshit his way out of being invited to the castle, but the princess insists and we meet her dad.
Worst voice in the game is a little later on. You'll know it when you...
On our way out of the castle, we meet Cyan for the first time. Waffle's getting.
Jesus.
But Waffle's too cool to care about this. So a hot spot is a bad idea, man. Just saying. Now that we've kicked the black cats out of the fairs and mines, and we know the
Oh my
princess is
God.
safe and sound, let's go investigate the Airleaf Islands.
Okay, fine. You win. I'll close the program. But I'm gonna reopen it again. Okay. This is so fucking annoying. I just want to fucking draw, man. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to fucking do. Oh my God.
He straps us a cool jetpack and instructs us to go help someone that apparently got stranded out there. Nice. If you put a jetpack in a game, I'm automatically gonna love it. I'm really easy to please. The jetpack controls pretty well, surprisingly. You don't get a lot of...
Jesus. I never played that game before. I've always wanted to give it a try because I saw like Mech Suit. I was like, ooh, Mech Suit game. Mech Suit. Give me 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 Mech Suit.
The jetpack controls pretty well, surprisingly. You don't get a lot of fuel between jumps, so you've got to be kind of careful not to run out before reaching somewhere you can land, but this part of the game is pretty fun. I like it. We're coming up on our guy now. Let's make sure they're okay.
Okay.
Oh boy, did I sleep.
Grandpa? Is that
Oh my God.
Grandpa Russell?
This is so annoying.
Got lost in the Airleaf Islands.
What an ordeal. I wanted to use a shortcut, but I ended up
So mad.
Grandpa, driving when you're tired is a really bad idea.
Grandpa, you're too fucked up to drive. I'm taking your keys.
You sound like your mama. Anyway, why don't you come with me to do some research?
This is so annoying.
Research?
Oh my God.
You mean search for the parts of the Iron Giant?
Wait a minute. No, don't tell me.
Hurry up, let's go.
Grandpa Russell's kind of rash and pushy, but I think overall I dig his energy. He insists on us following him out to accompany him during some research, whatever that means. He takes us to this tiny island out in the middle of nowhere that has this big
I'm here to do some research. I need your help for that.
where he gets restless and goes off to do his own thing again. Yeah, that's cool and all, Grandpa, but we've got shit to do ourselves. Let's head back to Porto and touch base with HQ. It seems like the Black Cats gang has hijacked the Archeonis, this huge royal airship, and are circling around.
This is so annoying.
Are they planning on, like... HQ tells us to head to the Archeonis and de-escalate the situation. Cool. The Archeonis is really big. We've got to be careful.
Wait, did I take my meds? Okay, wait, I gotta go. I'll be back. Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hey, how's it go? Okay, I'm gonna try speaking in this voice for a little bit. See how it goes. I don't know. I'm probably just overthinking it. Okay, let's go.
This section of the game is really short. We just wrestle up all the kittens and get this engineer his toolbox back so he can fix the engine. Easy. Imagine the amount of
This one is gonna require some work. Okay, let's go. This shit takes like so fucking long to work on. I'm serious. It's kind of annoying, to be honest.
This game is littered with these little red boxes that have stars on them. When you collect all the pieces of a photograph, it makes a full photo that you can view in your album. They're all really cute and well drawn and stuff. There are a few little side quests you can do to unlock full photographs, like finding this girl's lost doll in Osaka. Oh shit, we got a message. What does it say? Huh.
Okay. I'm just gonna... Is it... Where is it? God, that fucking voice. I actually really like that voice a lot. That's actually really fucking weird.
It's a really cool visual.
Really cool. It's a really cool visual. Okay, where is it? Fuck. Okay. What? No, fuck you. Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Stop her, but she insisted on coming with us. I apologize.
I apologize.
It's my duty to confirm that the information
I really want to work on my voice training, but to a point where I can still do guy voice whenever I want to like voice act a guy. Because I think that would be the ultimate flex, to be honest.
The princess out of harm's way, but she's probably safer in the forest with him than out
Where
here
is
with
it?
this useless dipshit. Bet you $10 she's gonna get kidnapped again. Either way, the black cats are in the forest. We'll table that intel about the abandoned factory for now and deal with the situation at hand. I love the way Grimto Forest looks, with the light filtering in through the gaps in the trees. Once we capture all the kittens in the forest, we find...
Okay, where is this go?
Let's head back now.
Master Waffle, we have a serious problem.
Fuck you.
I took my eyes off the princess for a moment, and she disappeared.
Alright, everybody.
Dumb
watching,
bitch.
You owe me $10. Thanks so much.
I'll go check and see what's going on.
What a dumb bitch. Seriously, holy shit.
How pathetic, Waffle! How could you have let the princess disappear?
What a bitch!
Qualified to be a guard.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Well, anyhow, this assignment is obviously too much for you.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
I know you're in there, black cats. Prepare to meet your maker.
Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, like, what do you do? Jesus.
I'm just gonna leave him be.
Princess Teria! Oh, Waffle. You shouldn't be walking around alone.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I saw the three sisters, so I followed them.
What? You saw Alicia and her gang here?
No, Waffle.
Yes, I'm sure they came this way.
Alicia! What's the big idea, Stalking Waffle?
What?
What about you?
Jesus.
The way of Waffle's work.
What did you say?
Hey, calm down, both of you.
Ladies, there is enough for the both of us.
This is all your fault, Waffle, because you're flirting with her.
What?
Oh, I get it. She's got a thing for Waffle. Probably has for a long time. Interesting position to be in, considering how she feels about the dog people of Prairie. I get it, though. Waffle's a catch. He's just a really nice boy.
Whoa! Princess Teria, stand back!
Okay.
This boss fight is the first one in the game to pose a little challenge. It's not super hard or anything, but when I was first playing it took me 2 tries. The difficulty in this fight, and some of the later ones really, comes from the fact that you have no control over the camera. It's actually hard to accurately aim your bubble gun in general throughout the entire game, if I'm being honest. It's not or anything, but it's definitely not one of the game's strong suits. Playing this game as an adult, I basically just enjoyed my time completely, but if I was a kid again in 1999 playing this shit, some of these bosses probably would have given me a fucking panic attack. I found the best way to deal with the sisters here is to continuously run away, jump and turn around to quickly fire off one measly shot after another, whittling their health bar down. Picking up the bombs they throw just isn't really reliable enough with the tank being as mobile as it is. A little tedious, but I'm still having a great time. Funnily enough, if your movements are precise enough, the tank will actually hit itself with its own bombs. Pretty funny. I'll take it.
Get out of my way!
Asshole.
I've captured one of the 3 Chris sisters.
You let go of me! Oh no! I gotta save Flair! Flair!
Alicia and Stare regrettably have to leave Flair behind.
Cyan, what was he doing taking credit for Waffle's work?
Actually, it was Cyan who captured Flair.
Like a palace guard should, Cyan saved you.
Yes.
Waffle is the only guard I need.
15? Okay.
Waffle, let's go
Thank you.
catch those black cats, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I'm jealous of your
The chicken.
ladies officer, Waffle. Oh, I wish I was as tall
Yeah,
as
thank you.
I wonder what happened to Flair.
Cyan brought Flair back to the castle and placed her in one of the holding cells for interrogation, but she's not telling him shit. Waffle takes the opportunity to try and talk to her, maybe learn a little more about why Alicia's doing all this.
Why is Alicia being such a bitch?
Belong to the cat people. I was told that the dog people invaded, and there was a fight between them. So the dog people have hated the cat people ever since.
I've never heard of such a story. Where did Alicia hear that?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, we're not real sisters.
What?
3 years ago, my parents were killed in an accident. And I was sent to an orphanage. I met Alicia and Stare there. I cried all the time, but they cheered me up. They They told me they'd be my sisters. That's why I believe everything she says.
I understand, but
She says that cat people can never be happy in Praria. So she brings stray cat people together. She's trying to make a country just for us cat people.
You know, the eye patch suddenly makes a lot of sense to me now.
so do those crystals have something to do with her plan?
Yeah, if we collect all 5 of them, Fool will... Whoops.
Fool? Who's that?
Nobody. Waffle?
Yeah?
Do dog people really hate cat people?
No, Flesh, that's not true.
Hmm?
After Flair and Waffle have a heart-to-heart, Cyan comes back to try and get more info out of her, but Flair tricks him. This was the first scene that made me think that Cyan isn't such a bad guy after all.
Hey! Pull yourself together! Are you alright? What should I do for a stomachache? Do I apply ice or heat? Or should I make her lay down and elevate her paws? No, that's not right. You tricked me!
It's so cute. It's so cute.
I actually kind of feel bad for the guy now. Like, he's trying his best to do his job, but he's just so stupid that he keeps eating shit. And you know what? I guess since the princess wasn't actually kidnapped again, I actually owe everyone that watches this video $10 now. That's fine. Them's the breaks. Don't bother DMing me on Twitter about it or commenting about it. As soon as I'm done editing this video, I'm personally going to walk to the house of every person that watches it and personally hand them the $10. You don't have to do anything. I'm on my way right now, and you can't do anything to stop me. We touch base with HQ again and find out that the kittens we've sent back to them have spilled out where the factory is. Apparently the cops at HQ have been feeding them and changing their litter boxes, so they had no problem giving up the location. I'm glad the kittens are safe and being well taken care of, though. That's nice. Alright, let's go check out the factory. The factory is visually really nice. I love all the pipes and shit. The whole game's got this steampunk aesthetic with valves and pipes everywhere and stuff. Waffle's mech is constantly hissing and emitting steam. His car is steam-powered, I'm pretty sure. Way back before BioShock came out, and people weren't really tired of steampunk yet. I don't hate steampunk or anything. Some of my favorite games have that vibe. It's just definitely a bit been there, done that by this point in time. I'm rambling a little bit here, but I'm just saying I don't think steampunk is lame or anything. I like it for the most part. There's a bit of platforming and exploring to do here. We basically just enter rooms, capture kittens, unlock doors, and progress through the factory. When you're climbing on pipes on the outside of the factory, the game very graciously highlights when you're aligned with the next pipe you want to jump to. I feel like this area would have been like 75% more frustrating without this, and I'm extremely grateful for it. Tail Concerto is a little bit on the awkward side when it wants you to do shit like platforming, but it's generally designed in a way forgiving manner. What do you think Waffle thinks about while he's out here doing this shit? Like, all we really know about the guy personally is that he's kind to people and that he hates working on his day off. He has a record player at his house. Do you think he's a music dork? Is he into, like, trip-hop? Techno? House? Does Waffle like Radiohead? Oh my god. You know, I'm really fucking glad falling off like that just takes a little bit of your health away instead of, like, making you lose a life or something. One of this game's strengths is how forgiving and relaxing it is. I'm kind of an anxious guy by nature, and with the world constantly being a fucking nightmare with every single putrid day revealing a new man-made horror beyond my comprehension, games like this are really nice to play. Just turn my brain off and run around. It takes us less than 15 minutes to climb to the top of the factory, and we're greeted with a bunch of kittens doing repairs on one of the tanks that we destroyed earlier. Time to start blasting again. I actually like this boss fight a lot more than the last one. The fixed camera angle really helps, and it's It's fun to run around and dodge the giant wrecking ball and kittens in their little fighter planes and stuff. This right here is video games, fellas.
Think you can catch me?
Oh, hey, it's Fool. Let's follow him.
Number of divisions. No texture. By light source, panorama. Where is the
He leads us to his secret base, but we get nay-nayed by him and fall in this trapdoor.
Where is it? Collectible object? Okay.
Is he Canadian? He looks like a caterpillar inching his way up there. Fool's secret base continues the same setup the factory had going on really nicely too, with more pipes and pistons and machinery and shit. It's a bit harder than the factory, with it demanding a bit more from you. The platforming is a little more precise, and there are some rooms where you've got to hit switches to activate moving platforms and stuff, so you can progress. It's still not especially difficult, but you know, the floor is lava in this room. Eventually,
That's so cool.
decides to up the ante by rigging the base to self-destruct. Pretty fucking dramatic if you ask me, but whatever. The timer starts and we have 5 minutes.
Where is it?
You remember a few minutes ago when I was like, duh, this game is so nice because it's so chill and I have anxiety and blah. Well, I still feel that way. This part isn't that hard. We just climb to the top using these platforms, avoid the hot steam, dodge these swinging spike balls, and bam, no big deal. Oh shit, is this Fool study? I wonder if he reads all these or if they're just for show. I bet he's a pretentious asshole and they're just for show. This dresser's cute. What a narcissist. I bet he had some of his ribs removed too so he could suck his own cock.
Where is it?
Well, we narrowly escaped danger there. I guess Fool was hoping we'd explode in the base and he'd
Allocate?
crystals off of our charred body in the wreckage. But that's not happening today because we're Waffle fucking Rybread. I looked it up on the wiki. His last name is Rybread. Yes, it's stupid. Oh shit, look, see? He does like Radiohead. As usual, when we want to progress the game, we head back to Porto. Grandpa Russell contacts us. He wants us to meet him at Fairzen to ask us for a favor. Waffle gets the idea to ask his Gramps to analyze the crystals he's been picking up, which is probably the best idea he's had so far. Better late than never, huh, bud?
It's good to see you, Waffle. I've been researching the head of the Iron Giant, and something's bothering me. Go see Gray and borrow the translation references for the ancient writing.
What am I, your servant?
Oh, come on, please help me. Gray and I don't get along too well. Every time we see each other, we end up fighting. He's on the island of Coolant in the far north. He's a grumpy old guy researching frozen fish in some ancient ice field.
Grumpier than you? Unbelievable. Hey, Grandpa, would you check these out while I'm gone?
Could these be?
They're the crystals I found while pursuing the Black Cat's gang.
These stones were created with the same technology as the Iron Giant. I need to study them more, so go get the translation references, all right?
Coolant is one of my favorite areas in the game. Snow and ice levels in games are my shit in general, and Coolant is great. I love the music, and I love the transparent ice along the circular path here, showing the frozen fish underneath. It's a really striking and memorable visual. I've been thinking about this game a lot the past few weeks, but this area specifically has just kind of been living in my head. Grandpa's colleague won't give us the documents that we need until we deal with all the kittens on the island. No biggie. Waffle got his fucking PhD in kitten wrangling. Just deal with all these guys. Aw, they're making snowballs to throw at us. That's so cute. This little guy's having so much fun just skating around. Alright, get in the timeout orb. Alright, another crystal. Cool. Let's go let the grumpy old guy know that the kittens are dealt with so we can get the shit Grandpa wants from him.
Did you find something, Grandpa?
it's more than something. Most of the mysteries of the Iron Giant have been solved.
What?
Really?
Yes, let's go back to your house.
Grandpa uses the materials we brought to do more research on the crystals and finds out that they were used to power the Iron Giant in ancient times. It seems like Fool is planning on reviving the Iron Giant for some reason. Because he's evil. It's a game for children, dude. Who fucking cares? Oh fuck, we're being attacked.
You hear me, Waffle? You better surrender peacefully and hand over the crystal!
Alicia, no! I can't let you have this crystal!
Is he voiced by Ash Ketchum? This sounds like the same voice actor of Ash Ketchum.
Time to board the Black Cat's airship and take away their internet privileges for 2 weeks.
Oh my god. So annoying.
Waffle, we're gonna have to fight.
Why don't you like dog people, Flair?
I don't really dislike them. But Alicia does. So I do too.
Are you going to fight me too, Stare?
155. Negative 155.6.
I don't get it. Why?
I want to determine. Show me your beliefs through your actions. Prepare.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. I don't care.
This boss fight is a huge pain in the ass at first. Stare and Flare aren't fucking around. The magnet they activate pulls you in, so you've got to run away.
Oh, yeah, my
Pushed by the big hammer, and the shockwaves
break happened.
hurt you
Okay,
as well.
sweet.
It's actually pretty tough to deal with, but they shoot out this horrible little missile. It chases you and follows you on a really tight road, so even if you jump over it, there's a good chance it's gonna come back and slap you in the nuts. I found the best way to deal with this boss: stay as close to the walls as possible and whittle their health.
Oh god, I kept that on the whole time. Jesus.
You just have to play carefully.
Are you gonna arrest us?
No, I'll just wait for the day you become friends with us dog people on your own.
Oh.
Cool.
So sweet.
We'll see you again soon.
I want to talk about Stare for a second, because I feel like she easily kind of fades into the background if you're not paying close attention to her. She's kind of the most interesting out of the three sisters in a way. She doesn't show any indication of giving a fuck about establishing a homeland for cat people, and she doesn't even seem to be very interested in causing mischief or unrest or anything. For most of the game, she barely speaks unless spoken to, and I wondered what she was getting out of all of this, personally. I ended up thinking that she really just deeply cares about her sisters and wants them to be happy, so she goes along
okay.
with whatever they're doing. She's definitely the most emotionally mature out of the three of them. She doesn't have Alicia's temper or Flair's childlike naivety, and I think that despite her cold and quiet exterior, she's actually a very sweet, loving character. Also, she looks really funny when she runs, with her big sleeves flying behind her. It's really cute.
It's really fucking adorable. Some could say the most adorable. What?
Prepare to meet your maker, Pris sisters.
Well, that was just wonderful, Panta. Thank you.
Don't you remember what I promised you? If you collect all 5 crystals for me, I'll help you establish a homeland for the cat people. You want to protect the kittens orphaned by those dog people, right?
Waffle!
Falafel.
You're the weapons merchant who deals in illegal relics.
I'm flattered that you know me so well. However, right now I'm a humble warrior fighting for a future for the cat people.
Sure.
Stand back, fool! I'll beat him and take the crystal. Then everything will be finished, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I actually do like his voice a lot. It's really funny.
Alicia, stop this! He's using you.
Shut up! I don't care!
Jesus.
This time, I'm gonna kick your sorry butt!
Oh my god. No.
Alicia uses a hammer and those evil kitty missiles like the last fight, but instead of a magnet that pulls us in, she yells at us through a big megaphone to damage us. Wow, Alicia, way to girl boss. This fight isn't nearly as difficult as the last one. The sound waves from the megaphone are a lot easier to deal with than the magnet. No problem at all.
What do you know about me?
Sorry, I'm like looking through some stuff right now.
You just don't understand!
It's really interesting. There's some really cool tools in Clip Studio Paint that you can just get for like free. It's insane how many useful tools. Like you can buy like posable skeletons. That shit's so fucking slappy.
Try to get through to her that she's wrong about
That can just slap my dick pussy. My dussy.
If you talk to a lot of the local dog people in Prairie, you find out that they don't have any qualms with cat people. In fact, many of them would like to meet them and get to know them. And if we talk to this older guy in Porto, he tells us what he knows about Alicia. She lived in Porto a long time ago as a child, and her father died of some mysterious illness that was exclusive to cat people, and the doctors in Porto couldn't do anything to save him.
Yes. Sofas.
That's pretty ridiculous. But put yourselves in the shoes of Alicia. Losing her only parent as a little kid probably severely fucked her up. Of course she'd have a clouded view of reality and blame the doctors that couldn't save her dad. This just ended up evolving into a deep mistrust of the dog people. This just means that Waffle, the only dog person that she seems to trust or think
Justified racism. My favorite.
Let's see if we can track her and her sisters down. Stare is hiding in the forest in Grimto. Let's head there first and talk to her.
You finally found us.
Yeah.
Question.
Sure. What is it?
What do you think of my sister Alicia?
What do you mean by that?
Alicia suffered a lot when she was young, and her heart is filled with pain.
Oh my god, there's a grid box you can get for free.
Are you capable of...
Oh my fucking god. Clip Studio just has the slappiest shit. Like, there are just some really cool people in Clip Studio, a part of Clip Studio. Oh my god, it's like a panorama box. Oh, that's so good. There's like a panorama box. Panorama that's just like a grid. Oh, that's so cool. I would personally like I would prefer it if they had like just a useful grid. But either way, that's so cool. Oh my god. I really love so many. They have so much good shit nowadays in Clip Studio Paint. Like, this is the. And it's not. I don't think this is just Clip Studio. It's definitely the community that adds a lot to this as well. It's just such a good fucking oomph. You know? Like, oomph. It's so oomph. Oomph. It's so oomph. Yeah. Oh, some of these are so hot. Some of these are so fucking hot. Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta start studying Clip Studio paints. Wait, I meant, fuck. Like, I need to start studying, like, learning more about the paintbrushes. All these brushes they have. Because I feel like if I start learning more about, like, the digital device itself, I'll start being able to make, like, better stuff on the device. So I should definitely have, like, some times where I just, like, spend times, like, doing research on what I can do on Clip Studio, you know?
I don't know if I can. But I know I can listen to your feelings. I'm a good listener. Don't you feel better when you talk to someone about your problems? It's more painful to have no one to talk to. Don't you agree?
Waffle, you're very honest.
She agrees to come back with us to Waffle's house until I can find her sisters.
Okay. So. God, I'm really horny right now. I don't know why. Anyway, now that I've said that. Fuck. Fuck! This sucks. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know how much more of this my heart can take. Let's keep going. Flair is in Risaka. She's shocked at how nicely everybody has been treating her, and Waffle's like, yeah, dude, I've been telling you this the whole time. She agrees to come back with us too.
Okay. Stare!
Flair, are you alright?
I think if I make this 50.
I wonder if Alicia is too.
Damn it.
Alicia.
The rotation.
Alicia?
Alicia?
Alicia! Why is everyone here? Well, Waffle found me and brought me here.
Me too.
I see.
Anyway, it's great that I found all of you. I'll talk to the king about you tomorrow.
Alicia, what's the matter? You look pale.
Alicia, you must be tired. Why don't you rest?
I think I will. Thank you.
someone was here. What? The crystal! Where's the crystal?
Waffle. I'm sorry.
Alicia is unfortunately still smoking on that Dum Dum pack. She gives Fool the 4 crystals that she stole from Waffle, and Fool takes her pendant. It turns out that it was the 5th crystal needed to awaken the Iron Giant. All the pieces of it scattered across Prairie come together to reform the beast.
Now, Iron Giant, kneel before me and show your loyalty!
Let's get out of here, Alicia!
Kneel, Iron Giant!
What a loser.
Alicia flies into the mouth of the Iron Giant to get back her pendant, and we fly in to go save her, and hopefully find a way to stop it from destroying everything and everyone. This part of the game reminds me of Zen and Half-Life, in that they're both the worst part of their respective games. Here it's not terrible because of how short it is, but every time you miss one of these jumps, you fall all the way down and it takes a while to find your way back up. I really like the way this area looks though, floating in this weird liquid and these little alien things flying around. Like, what the fuck even are these? Being inside of the Iron Giant is powering up the police mech as well, turning our bubble gun into a green energy blaster.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay.
The final boss of the game is this weird robot inside of the chest of the Iron Giant. I believe it's supposed to act as a guardian, protecting its core. These crystals are what's powering it. I guess it makes sense that there's a failsafe in place to make sure nobody tries to remove them. This fight is great overall. It's difficult, but it doesn't feel unfair. You've got to watch out for its tells. Leap to the left or right when it charges you, run away when it shoots out these explosives that hone in on you, avoid its lasers. It's challenging and fun.
Alicia, are you alright?
Yes.
Phew, I'm glad you weren't hurt.
Once we defeat it, it immediately comes back to life with a full health bar. This will keep happening no matter how many times we knock its health down to 0, and it seems like it's completely invincible until we realize that we can remove the crystals to deactivate it when it's disabled briefly in between attack phases.
Oh no! The Iron Giant is starting to collapse!
We grab Alicia and escape the Iron Giant as it breaks into pieces and falls into the ocean, and everyone cheers and waves at us as we fly home.
Wake up, sleepyhead. Oh. Here. Oh. This is for you.
I don't want it.
Oh.
Well, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
It's not that I don't want it, but I want you to have it.
Oh. It's so
The
sweet.
game ends very sweetly, with Waffle giving the pendant back to Alicia again, a perfect parallel to the beginning of the game. It looks like he's finally got his friend back. Tail Concerto isn't the most incredible or genre-defying game I've ever played or anything, but I felt genuinely happy the entire time I was playing it. It's an amazingly cute, charming, and memorable game, one I know that I'll enjoy replaying many times. It's super rare, so buying a physical copy of it isn't feasible for most of us, but if you have a computer, I definitely recommend emulating it and trying it out yourself. It's criminally underrated, and I truly fell in love with the characters and world within it. I'm definitely going to try out Sola to Robo, the DS spiritual successor. From what I've seen, a lot of characters from Tail Concerto actually make appearances in that game. And I'm also definitely going to play Fuga Melodies of Steel. Bamco probably isn't ever going to re-release this game. It doesn't sell well. From the perspective of a big company, it isn't worth putting any time or money into properties that aren't surefire moneymakers. It's sad, but that's just the world we live in. At the very least, emulation has come a long way and is a viable option for a lot of people to experience games they wouldn't have had access to
Yeah.
otherwise.
That game is beautiful.
Anyway, I hope you had fun watching.
Mother 3 is probably one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It's also just
Fall in love with it, like I did.
really depressing. Well, it's not depressing. It's just so many things. It's a lot of things.
RPGs have been pretty important to me most of my life. If I was held at gunpoint
Wait, is
to
this-
guess what my favorite game genre was, I'd probably say
Okay, I can't play that one. I'm playing that one on stream tomorrow though, which I'm really excited about. I'm just lot to do. Okay, what else is there? Sorry, I'm just adjusting my belt. AKA my coat that I just wrapped around my waist. I think I might. I'm thinking of ending stream early, but I also really want to get a lot of other stuff done. I think before I end stream right now, I'm going to draw a couple things to like really set the barrier of where we're at with this. Like, I think what I need to do right now is basically like sketch out everything, the area I have planned. And then I'll move on. And then I'm gonna go for a walk. No, not you. Fuck you. Go kill yourself. Wait, what?
Oh god, please, what my favorite game genre was, I'd probably say RPGs.
I really want to work on that game right now. I'm making a video game. Just for like the fuck of it. But I really want to work on my art style first. I don't know. I have started doing new stuff though to help out with working on my art style. Maybe I could work on my games tomorrow. That would be kind of fun for me because I really want to work on some games. I just don't have any like good ideas for a video game at the moment. There is some stuff I could do though. Like I was watching some videos on like making good games, and one was like take 2 games, like small miniature games you like, and then like put them together. I think that could be pretty good. It's a good video to play in the background. I'm trying not to play political stuff, because after that last video, I was like, oh yeah. Oh no. You know what? How about fuck it for now? Wait, Vosh is streaming? No, he's not. What? Okay, that makes sense. Stephen Carter's wife leaves him. Candace owns his attacks. Sure, let's just do that. Hmm.
He's one mean mouth that you do not want to mess with.
Okay, I get it. That does sound fun. But there's like a million movies like that, so I don't know, I feel like you gotta sell me on something else. Overall, I do think that movie does look really fun. It just looks like a really fun action movie. It just, this time the guy's killing like, it's basically like a John Wick movie, but he's just killing Nazis instead of like dudes. And honestly, I'm all down for that.
Life is better with the credit.
From the one and only, the legendary comedian, Steven Crowder. Hi, Steve. Steve got a divorce. Now, you might wonder, to what extent is this political news? The answer to this is, it's very funny. And that's really all you need, right? Listen, okay? As we know, everything is politics. All fits within the dynamic. And if everything fits within it, then anything that makes us laugh must be good politics. Right?
That's true.
It necessarily follows. There's actually a lot here, apparently the divorce filing was from some late 2022, which means that if you go back and look through his history of posts, you can see like every tweet he's made where he's like attacking single mothers or talking about the death of the American family or just whatever crap he's talking about. That was after he was given divorce filing.
That's so funny.
The energy,
holy shit.
It's all making sense now. The big plan is coming together. So,
that's so funny.
Say, Steve. What's up?
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now.
Mm-hmm.
Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear.
Oh my good. Okay, wait. Then I misremembered. Wow. Whew, this has been going on for a while. Yee.
There is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas.
Man, right off the bat, that's pretty wild. Isn't like the standard cope response from everyone who's being dumped or divorced that it was like a mutual thing? maybe that's more of like a relationship ending with boyfriend and girlfriend thing. I don't know if that's so much with marriage, but like I feel like Steven would be incentivized here to go like, yeah, it was a mutual decision. Wasn't really working out, and I'll just flatly say, yeah, my wife just doesn't want to be with me anymore.
That is.
It's very funny.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. State of Texas?
Be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted.
Yes, that is true. We have no-fault divorce laws. Oh, Republicans are gunning for those too, by the way. Republicans want to go back to the day when, like, it used to be, so no-fault divorces basically means, like, you can get out of the contract, the legal contract, no matter what. This is also known as freedom. But conservatives want to return to the day where you needed, like, a reason to get out of divorce. And man, depending on the country and time, the reason you needed had to be like pretty severe. I think there were actually illicit services that were offered in many like European countries through the. I mean, God, for a while this was like an institution where basically they would like arrange fake evidence for infidelity or for abuse to try to get the courts to rescind a marriage.
Jesus.
Or there would be cases where like a husband and wife didn't want to be together anymore, but you can't just divorce for that reason. So like the man would have to like sleep with a bunch of prostitutes and then be caught by his wife who was in on it because then she could go like, my husband was just like insane shit like that. Like if people don't want to be together, they'll find their get-arounds. Of course, the real reason they don't want no-fault divorce is exactly what you're looking at here. Steven Crowder wants to be able to look at his miserable wife who wants a divorce and say no, and then force her to spend the rest of her life with him. That's the reason why.
What a disgusting man, dude. Holy shit.
My life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure, and just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible, and I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible.
Divorce is horrible. I think the research actually indicates that on average, children of homosexual parentage actually fare better than heterosexual parentage. Though that might be influenced by economic factors, because usually gay couples that have the money to adopt or have kids or whatever are usually wealthier than like the median het family.
Yeah, that's fair.
Interesting research there. I grew up. I had a friend back in high school who had two gay parents, and the two gay parents were miserable, abusive pieces of shit for what it's worth. I also have had many friends who have had heterosexual parents who were miserable, abusive pieces of shit. So not really skewing the data much there. That is the, that's the one negative example that I have. Yeah.
But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
Wait, is the whole video just going to be him going like, it's not legal for me to force my wife to stay with me? Steven.
In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it.
Yeah, that is.
Period.
It is. That's what we're.
So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. Now, in all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault, and so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Divorce is really rough on kids, I'm like the only guy I know who has really good parents. Both of my parents are warm and friendly and supportive, and always have been. And like everybody else that I know, their parentage situation is just like a divorce, or they're pieces of shit, or they're like distant or whatever. Everyone's always been jealous of my parents, all my friends growing up. And having good parents really is a huge boost in life. the confidence that allows me to say dumb shit online 24/7 and make money off of it was definitely like a product of my parents being really supportive of me, and sort of like, you know, coddling my autistic Riz when I was young, you know, because autistic Riz takes a while to hone, you know. It's like a blade with a whetstone, you know. My parents see me stumbling around when I'm an upstart youth being a embarrassment, and rather than shame me for it, they're like, one of these days he's not going to make me cringe out of my skull, and maybe one day we'll get there. It's a process.
Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes.
Okay.
Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this.
Oh, Candace Owens.
They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what he means by safety of his children. Does he mean like his kids would get bullied at school if they heard that the parents were going through a divorce? I feel like the kids would get bullied at school for having Steven Crowder as a dad, if anything. Like, if the mom keeps the kids, and then it became known that like the divorce was happening, people at the school would be like, bro, you're losing Crowder as a dad? Bro, that's sick. Let's do a gritty together, because it's high school, so I assume is that let's plank. Wait, no, that's going back in time, not forward. Hold on. I don't know.
Then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven.
Yep. We're widening the Daily Wire Steven Crowder beef, which I love. I love conservative infighting. We'll get to more of that with Tucker. I love this more than anything. I love it more than anything in the world.
Has a lot going on. I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to the situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Steven purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that.
Oh my God, she's so mean.
You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, something should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm with Steven on this one. That was literally just her probing him. That was literally just her poking him with the stick. That's pretty overt. Yeah, okay, that's pretty funny. Well,
oh,
you win some, you lose some.
Okay, I'm gonna basically do something real quick, and I'll be back. Okay.
That's pretty funny. Well, you know,
some other issues I should say have been more pernicious. demand and threaten to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So
I don't understand what he's like implying with the children in harm's way. I don't. I have no idea. Is there like a squad of hitmen that have a contract where they'll be deployed as children if ever the marriage ends? Well, I have no idea. I don't know why he keeps saying that. Initially I assumed it was just like generic privacy protection, but he's really leaning on that.
to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking
the wife has to get the kids, right? There's no way. Crowder's like openly said paternal leave is for sissies. Like this is one of those guys who's like, I'm spending time with the kids. What am I, a woman? There's no way. He's got a whole media career. I don't know anything about Crowder's wife. I don't think she's a public figure. I assumed she was just a housewife. I mean, Crowder definitely makes enough money. They don't need two incomes. I assumed she would get the kids. I have no idea. That's very important info to me because I want to make fun of him over it. And by the way, I don't think that's just me like making fun of the misfortune of a person who I don't like, though it is definitely mostly that. Politically, like this man is using his divorce as a way of complaining about no-fault divorce laws, right? Like the ideology of this guy is one of like coercion and of housewives, of you know, like that. It's this is a vehicle for broader grievances. So the fact that he's like bad at relationships or that it's falling apart or whatever, you know, you can infer whatever you want, but like I cannot imagine this guy is particularly pleasant to spend his time around. Can you imagine living in a house? I feel like living in a house with Steven Crowder would just be being subjected to like minstrel shows 24/7, but like bad ones, you know? Like
what?
I'm not praising minstrel shows. However, I assume they had a writing team. Crowder, on the other hand, he's ad-libbing this shit, okay? So I think it would actually be worse. You know? No practice runs on these. I think my man just like keeps a sombrero tucked next to the fridge and like a giant comedy mustache and is doing his essay bit at the kids like out of nowhere, you know? Yeah, it's the bottle of Hennessy. Yeah, I have no idea. He's got like tactical shoe shine stashed in like 58 places across his large house, so that at any moment, whenever he thinks it'd be a funny bit, like his kid asked for help with math homework, and he's like, how would a black answer? And he like smashes a window and reaches into like the frame and pulls out a little thing of shoe shine, starts like rapidly applying. He's like, wait, that's my best guess as to what it would be like to live with Steven Crowder. I don't know.
yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life.
Man, this has got to be rough behind the scenes, man. This is, yeah. Ooh. Do you think I have to assume that like for the entire divorce process, Crowder's been like, okay, you can't do an expose on this. You can't do an expose. You can't. I swear to God, you can't. I will sue you into oblivion if you do a tell-all story about living with me or whatever. Because I assume his wife's gonna stay silent, because otherwise, man, if she ever does an interview with a YouTuber, oh man, I'm just imagining her like just showing up on like the Drunken Peasants or like in a bread TV or Destiny stream or something, and just the most embarrassing shit in the universe gets dumped. Gotta contact her. That's right. I gotta reach out. I gotta find a way. It's the only way. That's probably not gonna happen. I have to assume that it's pretty Loctite.
That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works.
Once again, literally, like, I wish the law forced her to stay with me. I can't, dude. How embarrassing! Like 4 times in the same video. Oh man, we'll talk about that next.
Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is
This is okay. This is my new Marvel Cinematic Universe feature, okay? Guys, coming to a segment near you, but it's like the next segment, not this one. So it's like you have to see all the segments for it to make sense, okay? I'm gonna do cryptography, all right? The Zodiac code will have like cipher pieces scattered across all of my videos, and you have to watch all of them to catch it. We'll do like an ARG thing, okay? And then once you've put it all together, you can finally figure out how I feel about conservatives. And we found a K, we found a Y.
undeniable.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full range of services from oil changes and tire rotations to filters, wipers, and more, we've got what your car needs. Right.
In this case, is that it's no one's fault but my own, in that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this with proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect their privacy. And
there's no way he's keeping the kids, right? Otherwise, there's no way. Well, I wish the wife and the kids luck, right? Like I have no reason to think I have no reason to think ill of them. The wife has to be pretty weird to have fallen for Crowder to begin with, but like, bitches be dumb. I don't know. That's the thing with women, okay? It's women drop all of their like red flag detection systems the moment you do a goofy jig in front of them. All you have to do is a little 2-step in front of a girl, and you know she falls for you. So I imagine he can do a 2-step, and that's probably what happened.
What is obviously a pretty tough time, and I hope that none of this has to go any further than that.
Well, good luck to them. Man, why do all of these conservative icons of traditional families and relationships keep getting in divorces? No, Trump's been in like, what, 3? Or is it 3 marriages or 3 divorces? I don't remember. Seems to keep happening, though. Like, all over the place. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, divorce is obviously, like, really difficult. It's you know, part of this is Schadenfreude, of course. But a lot of it is also just, yeah, I don't know. I think, like, it's pretty obvious that if any like direct political message was to be taken from this, it would be that Crowder wants to live in a world where the state can force women to stay with him even if they don't like him anymore. Like, and he's pretty open about that, which seems to me like a pretty direct and overt statement about the way conservatives view women and the way conservatives view a marriage and the way conservatives view, I guess, like love as a concept, you know? It goes so much further than just misogyny. Obviously, that's a big part of it, but it also speaks to like a fundamental underlying political sociopathy, an ideology that sort of numbs you to the concept of, I don't know. I don't even want to say like unconditional love, because I don't think that's really a thing in any case. You know, there's always some outsized condition. I get mad at unconditional love in media, you know, where it's like, oh, how, you know, Sasuke, how could you drop the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but I still care about you, my brother? No, fuck you. I'm not, you know, but there's something about conservatism that really just really destroys fundamental parts of the human body. You know, it's not good. It's not good.
just refuses to die.
Okay. I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys so much for watching me just stream and just try to get some stuff down. Practicing using shortcuts and shit, you know, to help myself get through this stuff way quicker. It's really nice to do. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. And I'm gonna definitely have this done by tomorrow. I'm just gonna be using some resources and colored palettes to make this work. This is more so like a rough draft of an idea of what I want to do. I really like how I did that though. That looks, I kind of like some of these trees. This one looks a little bit too weird, but I don't know. I still like it overall. Alright, have a good day. Bye. Okay, so I am gonna... Ooh. Okay, so basically I'm gonna just go for a walk, I guess. And then... shit done. Yeah, basically. Girl boss. Girl boss my way. Oh, yeah. Dummy. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Mmm. Mmm.
getting started in voice feminization, what is the simplest, most straight
What is it? Holy shit.
If we're just getting started in voice feminization, what is the simplest, most straightforward thing we can start doing? Okay, so to help you get started taking action, let's go ahead and do a little bit of basic pitch mimicry. This will be helpful for us just to get our hands dirty with sound. So do your best and try to mimic along with me.